And we are live, and this is the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. And we're going to be talking about science. We're going to be talking about Science Island. We might even get a rant or two in about things like, what's that little yellow pill? Not the blue pill.
It's called an upper, and they're very good.
An upper. Oh, exciting. No. Science and drugs. Wonderful.
It's a Reese's Piece.
A Reese's Pieces. That's sugar.
Pure
That's
sugar.
good. That's good. Good for your brain.
They have Reese's Pieces in Australia? I wonder. I bet you no. Take that as a no.
They have different types of candy. They've, I forget. They had a particular kind of candy. I had a couple of friends who lived in Australia, but I can't remember what it was. It was an Australian candy, but I don't remember.
We didn't even call it candy.
Oh, what do you call it?
Lollies.
Lollies?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So candy you call lollies?
Yeah, we don't have candy.
Oh.
We have candy canes at Christmas time.
Huh.
Yeah.
So candy is a generic term here we use for anything.
Yeah, well, lollies is what we use.
Lollies. Huh. Cool.
That's to keep all our children high on sugar, get them bouncing around, so they're up all night.
Lollies.
All right, we got some science, as I said. Glow-in-the-dark tampons. That'll be an interesting story. Spinal surgery. Some new software that'll hopefully make it safer. We've got a new take on Alzheimer. There might be a protein, I believe it is, or a new chemical in any event that could be causing Alzheimer. And they've come across this for the first time. We got some salty water on Mars. Justin should be back, and then we'll start talking about Science Island, no doubt. There was a really weird anomaly in our viewership. Let me go to my channel. Okay. And I'll try to screen share. We got incredibly popular for 1 week. Okay, can you see that by any chance?
I can't hear. I just see your static image.
Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so we've been getting around 50 people or so, 50 to 60 people viewing on YouTube. 2 weeks ago, counting YouTube and ScienceIsland.org, we got up to 100. Last week we had about 70, but on April 2nd, 944 people tuned us in.
We had 1,000 views?
1,000 views.
We're like
superstars. And it was really weird because I got the breakdown of the countries. This breakdown of the...
Yeah, Pamela wants to know what we talked about. I'm interested too. What did we talk about on that show?
I don't know. We certainly talked about Science Island on the show, and Justin, we're talking about how 1 week, April 2nd, our viewership went from like 100 people a week to 900 people a week. And I know you're on. I know we're talking about Science Island, but the number of viewers just went, astronomical, 9 times.
Were we mentioned?
It was weird. Here's a breakdown by country. Okay, we had 212 from the United States, 87 from Canada, 61 from Brazil. Okay. 56 viewers in Russia. Okay. Vietnam. 53 views from Vietnam. Saudi Arabia, Morocco. We had Iraq. 21 views from Iraq.
That's awesome.
Does this in any way correlate with Pamela joining the show?
Now, Pamela bumps us about 30 viewers. We get around 50 or so. We get Pamela's picture, and that jumps us up to over 100. But this one week, we just had this massive increase in viewership from places like Iraq and Vietnam.
Yeah, that's a good that might be the TWIS listeners. We have the TWIS following is pretty global, so maybe some of them jumped over because we mentioned. I think we did do mentions of the show in the after show of this show. Started doing that mention, which I don't think we've been doing because I hadn't been consistently showing up here or part of it really. So now that my Thursdays are freed up from doing the other gig, this is much easier. So maybe it's the TWIS audience following along.
I don't know. They went away the next week, so I guess the foreign audience didn't much care for what.
I hear nudity brings up ratings. Ed, let's start with you. You go ahead, Ed, and we'll follow suit.
All right. No, you don't want to do that. No. Don't want to do that with me, that's for sure. Although,
was that the Pamela side boob episode?
Could be.
Okay.
Actually, we're wandering off on a rant already, but Pamela posted something on Facebook about. Go ahead.
She's got a delay. There's a little delay. I was like wondering where the feedback was going to come from. There wasn't one, but you had no reaction. You have about a 4-minute lag.
No. I had to unmute, and I was immediately going, what, but you couldn't hear me. Hang on, I'm just trying to fix up my volume. You've gone muted now.
So I'm still trying to bump up the viewership from that previous episode.
What are you talking? What side boob?
He's talking
There's
about
a little side boob shot there. It was accidental.
So wardrobe failure, right?
Yeah.
It would have been accidental.
Yeah.
I went
but it's in there, so
I decided.
Everybody should go back and watch that episode.
No, I don't. Do you know what? I have my niece is one of my nieces. She's a decade younger than me, and she came to visit for my daughter's birthday, and she's like, "What happened to your boobs?" Because she hadn't seen me for a while. And I haven't been wearing a bra because there's really no point because my daughter's hanging off them all the time, so because I have 2 different sizes because that's pretty normal, and for 20 years one was a B and one was a C, and then now it's like a C to a D and the other one's an E, and so I know because of the feeding, Anyway, so she looked a bit frightened of my boobs, and I went, yeah, I should probably get a bra. So I went and got a maternity bra this week. But it's no good because she keeps ripping them back off anyway. So yeah. So sorry about the side boob. It was not intentional.
Hey, viewership is up. It's all good.
Yeah, that may be the reason for the spike in viewership.
They're not attractive. Like they're
side boob is side boob. You may have circled the dark web of side boob fetish enthusiasts.
Maybe because I had to give her some clothes because they're still they're pointing in the right direction, which is great. When they start pointing towards your toes, then it's all over. But the whole thing has dropped. So some of my clothes don't fit properly anymore because they used to account for them being up higher, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. But it's weird. The whole thing's dropped a bit. Mm-hmm. So I can't. It's quite depressing.
I've learned something new today. When they start pointing to the floor, it's all over.
It's all over. I'll shoot myself when that happens.
No, actually, that isn't true, because my girlfriends in my age bracket, unless those who have gone through some surgery, expensive surgery, out in California. But the thing is, of course, of old guys, our eyes are going, first of all. So, maybe you don't pick it up. I don't know.
If I'm in my 70s and they're pointing down, that's all right, I suppose. But I'm only 35. But it's just the whole unit, if you want to call it. It's just gone a little bit. And anyway.
So is that correlation or causation that
Causation, it's breastfeeding.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
A
right.
year ago, they looked magnificent. Not anymore. But that's all right. So, anyway, so the moral of that story is there won't be any more side boob shots because now I wear a bra.
And
Okay,
our
well,
hiding
we have a
behind.
comment. We have in our chat room. We have Wiz Mike, who's I think Michael Jobin, and he says, Ed, do you know how long the views were? Maybe it was a stumble and they left after a moment. I don't know. They wouldn't have left after a moment if we're talking about side boob. I don't think so.
It was probably a show I was absent on. Viewership tends to go up when I'm not involved.
We've wandered off science completely, but that's something really, really weird with American culture, American TV culture. You've got mainstream TV where, you know, you get fined if you showed a nipple. We had the whole Super Bowl thing, and the crime shows where they have the morgue, and they have a nude body on the morgue. On American television, it's always covered up. You don't see nipples, you don't see penises. They're covered up. You go on to British shows, a dead body's it's a body. You go, even I think the Canadian shows tend to do it. It's just a body. But in the United States, we have on mainstream television, we got the infamous nipple of death. It's really weird.
Well, nipples are extremely dangerous if they're not handled properly and appropriately. So.
Oh yeah, I know. Mine squirt if you don't handle them properly. So, you know.
I'm going blind. I'm going blind.
I know. I've had an eyeful of milk where sort of my daughter's finished, and then she sort of gives it a whack, and it's still flowing, and it goes up into my eye.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but by the way, if you have an eye infection, it'll cure it.
Yeah, it's sterile, I know, but it's still not pleasant to have a face full of milk.
Yeah, it's
Rox,
natural.
another person in the chat room, Rox, has said, interesting topic.
Well, it's the science
She's a woman, I
foods,
think.
isn't it?
No.
I wonder what that would be like as coffee creamer.
I don't put cream
yeah,
in my coffee,
quite
but
good.
it's basically ice cream. It's basically like
Yeah,
melted ice cream.
Yeah.
It is super sugary.
Yeah, to
Oh, okay. You can buy breast milk in the United States. I don't know. How would breast milk and coffee, how would that change the taste of the coffee, I wonder?
It's yummy. Trust me.
Hmm.
You know, when I run out of milk, I just go and get some in. But yeah, it was so funny. My daughter was, my niece was just like, but your boobs, when you finish feeding, they'll go back, won't they? And I'm like, no, this is it. And I think I've put her off having children for another 10 years or so.
Now, I've got a couple of neighbors, women with babies who are nursing. I wonder if I went to them and said, "Can I have some breast milk in my coffee?" I wonder if
they would probably report you to some authority somewhere.
Why do men have nipples?
Yeah, I call them useless.
Oh, I
nipples.
can answer that. I know this because I looked at. No. You know why? Because the nipples in the uterus, they form 2 days before it's decided whether you have ovaries or testicles. So it's in case you have ovaries.
Oh.
Yeah, they just don't get turned on because the hormones aren't there for it. But that doesn't stop my 2-year-old, or almost 2-year-old, from pinching them to see if anything will come out.
Well, one day they will.
If she keeps at it, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, guys can have colostrum. But yeah, I found that interesting. So yeah, 2 days before you're a male or a female and you're just sort of sitting there waiting to happen, you get nipples. That's why.
Men can have colostrum. I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you squeeze them enough. You can play with them all the time. What I don't get is because
men can get breast cancer.
we're the only species that actually has breasts before pregnancy, though. Normally, animals, if they never get pregnant, they never get breasts. Why do we get breasts before we need them? I didn't, I got them at 12. I didn't really need them until I was, 33.
It has to be related to the hormones. You're now into puberty. You're now in the child rearing years, so it's got to be tied to that, obviously.
Yeah, but so are dogs, and they don't get breasts until they have babies, puppies.
So, what was the science subject that started this convo off?
I don't know. Oh, you said the viewers because of the side boob, and I was saying how disgusting.
That's right. That's what it was. The side boob.
Okay, I'm going to charge right in after that fascinating discussion, which we can get back to, of course. I'm going to charge right in for another. This is science. Sometimes I wonder when I look at a science headline whether it's real science study or The Onion. And this is glow-in-the-dark tampons identify sewage pollution in rivers. And let's see, the University of Sheffield, this scientific study, University of Sheffield in London. It says the natural untreated cotton in tampons readily absorbs chemicals commonly used in toilet paper, laundry detergent, and shampoos. These chemicals, known as optical brighteners, show up under ultraviolet light, a phenomenon often seen in glowing T-shirts under certain lighting in bars and clubs. We didn't have glow-in-the-dark stuff when that was many years ago. We started, no, never mind, not going to get into that. All right. Using a mixture of laboratory tests and field trials, the team has shown that tampons are suspended in water, contaminated by even very small amounts of detergents or sewage, will pick up optical brighteners and glow under the UV light. And this is a study sponsored by the Engineering and Physical Science Research Council. Used laboratory trials to determine how much detergent would need in a pipe in water to be picked up by the tampon test. This is the tampon test. When a tampon was dipped for just 5 seconds into a solution containing 0.01 millimeters of detergent per liter of water, over 300 times more dilutant than would be expected in a surface water pipe, the optical brighteners could be identified immediately and they'd be visible for the next 30 days. The technique was then trialed in the field. They suspended tampons for 3 days on 16 surface water outlets running into streams and rivers in Sheffield, England. And they tested the tampons under UV light. 9 of the tampons glow, indicating the presence of sewage pollution. The team followed the pipe network back from 4 of the 9 polluted outlets they identified, dipping a tampon in at each manhole to see where the sewage was entering the system. They were able to successfully isolate the sections of each network where the sewage originated, narrowing down the households which would be needed to be inspected in more detail. Often the only way to be sure a house is misconnected is through a dye test. It's clearly impractical for water companies to do this for all their households. However, you got the tampon. You got the tampon test. That's going to do the trick. Okay.
Aside from the fact that they're putting tampons in manholes, the rest of it sounds pretty brilliant.
Yeah, it's cheap. You can find this pollution detector. You go into any store, buy some tampons. I don't know. I as a guy, well, I guess if I had my science uniform on, I don't know. How willingly, I guess maybe that's a sign if you're married that your husband's a real man. He will go to the store and get tampons for his wife.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then you have that moment with the cashier where you're like, they're not for me. And then they're like, yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Okay. Well, Science Island. When we need to check for, we could have a string of tampons over our water source, and if they start glowing, we know we're in trouble, right?
It's actually one thing I was thinking about the other day was as much as I like farmland areas, probably a pretty bad idea to put Science Island near any agricultural land. Because it occurs to me, if you're going to collect water from the sky, you likely don't want there to be crop dusting anywhere in the vicinity. But yeah, water purity is an issue, in lots of places. If you're collecting it from the sky, you've done pretty well. You still want to treat it before drinking anything.
Oh yeah.
But
what I like about this is people coming up with a nice, easy, efficient, cheap way of doing something that it might otherwise cost a lot of money. And I'm sure there are lots of ideas like this where you could take, maybe there's some sort of very expensive testing equipment or something, and there's a nice, easy, cheap solution. All right. I got another story here. This is talking about spinal surgery. And spinal surgery can be really complicated. And you don't have a lot of mistakes, but you have some mistakes made. And the Johns Hopkins Medicine School has come up with some software that can really help the surgeons who are performing this surgery. And it says wrong level spine surgery is never supposed to happen, but it happens nearly 4 times a week in the U.S. And approximately 1 out of every 3,000 spine surgery, the surgery is delivered to an unintended level of the spine. The impact can be minor, can be very serious. And much of the problem stems from the challenge of identifying target vertebrae in the X-ray image taken at the beginning of the surgical procedure.
that's terrifying.
That
is absolutely terrifying.
I mean, I know that I've read about people who have operated on the wrong arm, the wrong side of the body, but the vertebrae, you got to be really, really precise. Let's see, before a standard spinal operation, patients receive a diagnostic CT or MRI scan that the surgeon uses to plan the surgery. Once the patient is on the operating table, often days later, the surgeon typically counts down from the skull or up from the tailbone to determine which vertebrae to operate on, often marking the patient's anatomy with a thin metal pin. These pins are visible on an X-ray image taken in the operating room to verify the target site, but the doctor's initial planning on the preoperative scan is not visible in the X-ray image, leaving room for error, particularly when working on challenging cases involving missing or extra vertebrae. Now they've got this thing called a level check. A level check uses a standard desktop computer outfitted with a graphics processing unit commonly used for video games. There we go. Commonly used for video games. To align a patient's 3D preoperative CT image with the 2D X-ray image taken during surgery. The result is an X-ray image showing the pins that act as a landmark for the surgeon, overlaid with the planning information from the CT scan. Level check does not replace the surgeon's expertise. It offers helpful guidance, etc.
So that's basically what they're going to do with this guy that they have a volunteer to do the first head transplant, right? They'd have to basically do the spine.
Excuse me?
Wait, what?
Huh? What?
I got a link.
Yeah,
Someone volunteered to do the first head transplant.
No, this is fake. No, there's no way. There is no doctor, researcher, surgeon, anybody who's going to be like, oh, what do you think? New head? Yeah. New body? Yeah. Okay. You want to swap? All right. Volunteer? Sure. No.
Okay, now the link says that it's a Russian guy. Okay.
Oh, well then, yeah, they've been doing that for
Now,
years.
you know, the Russian mafia. You owe the Russian mafia a bunch of money. You know, maybe you might be desperate enough to try anything. Get a new head. What the heck?
No, it's not the first time. The Russians have been experts at this for years. They had that dog with two heads that they put one head on. Took a head off a dog and put it on another dog, and it lived for like 5 minutes or something stupid. Like, but I think this is fake Russian news.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not.
Can I
Not believing it.
here? Have a look at that. Is that better?
Yeah, hang on, let me.
Well, you know what? What you can do, what you might be able to do at some point is make some kind of a clone or something in a lab and grow a head, your own head to order.
But wait a second. Wait a second. I mean, the story's still trying to load, and I'm getting redirected to something here. But where's the head going? He's having his head removed. Is it? Okay. Russian man has volunteered to become the first person in the world to undergo a head transplant. Valery Spiridonov suffers from a rare disease which causes the muscles in his body to waste away, and says that although he is scared, he feels he has no other option. My decision is final, and I do not plan to change my mind. just everything else. Right? Just everything else.
That's awesome.
Controversial Italian neurosurgeon Dr. Sergio Canavero plans to carry out the first transplant in the next few years. The procedure has never before been performed on a human. But Canavero insists that we are now at a point when the technical aspects are all feasible. They're feasible. It's a feasible study. You know, a head transplant was carried out on a monkey in 1970. So I love this earlier. The procedure has never been performed on a human before, but back in the 70s, I think they did it to a monkey or something. So, you know, it's probably good.
The guys that
was carried out on a monkey in 1970, but doctors didn't have the technology to reattach the severed spinal cord. So the monkey was paralyzed and survived only for 8 days, dying after the head was rejected by the body's immune system. So we had an animal trial. You know, didn't go well. But we figure, you know, we haven't tried it on a human yet, so maybe it's all right. If carried out on a human, the procedure is expected to take at least 36 hours. It would be formed by Canavero and a team of 150 doctors and nurses. This is too many cooks in the kitchen, people. This is way too many cooks in the kitchen. He estimates that the cost of the operation could stretch beyond $10 million, but says he's already secured partial funding for it. Surgeons would sever the head of a person suffering from spinal cord injury or degenerative muscle disease and reattach it to a donor body. Canavero insists it would be possible to reconnect the severed spinal cord by using his miracle ingredient, a glue-like substance. Polyethylene glycol, apparently, is the miracle ingredient.
Well, super glue will get the job done.
Right?
It'll be attached.
I think that's what that is, right? After the muscles, blood supply, and nerves were reattached, it doesn't explain how, the patient would be put into a coma for 4 weeks to allow the body and head to heal. Once the patient is brought out of a coma, he or she will be given powerful immunosuppressant drugs to prevent rejection. Okay, so you're not going to start that treatment until 4 weeks after? And how long did the monkey supposedly live? 8 days before rejecting. So while your only previous experiment was 45 years ago, and that one rejected the head or the body, depending on who you think is rejecting whom, that lasted 8 days. But in this case, they're going to put the patient under for 4 weeks, and then start the immunosuppressive drugs.
Okay, well, I think this is unethical because what they should do, instead of going straight to complete human testing, they've done dogs and everything before, dog heads and stuff. Maybe the approach should be just go halfway and put a human head on a monkey, maybe.
Further, this was also going to require some extensive psychological counseling to deal with identity issues that will result from having a new body.
I'm craving bananas.
Identity issues. Okay. Can see that.
If successful, Canavero believes patients will be able to feel and move every part of their bodies and even speak in their own voices. I guess he's keeping the trachea. Much of the scientific community has reacted to Canavero's plans with a mixture of skepticism and horror. Some doctors have even given him the name Frankenstein. No, I don't even know if the doctors were required for that nickname.
They're laughing. They got to be laughing at this thing.
Arthur Kaplan, Director of Medical Ethics at New York's University Langone Medical Center, has described Dr. Canavero as nuts. Says the transplant is, scientifically speaking, impossible. The bodies of the transplant patients would end up being overwhelmed with different pathways in chemistry than they're used to, and they'd go crazy, he told CNN.
He's just like a glasses half empty kind of guy, that's all.
Yeah, he's just a doubting Thomas.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Dr. Hunt Battiger, President-elect of the American Association for Neurological Surgeons, agrees. I would not wish this on anyone, he said. I would not allow anyone to do it to me, as there are a lot of things worse than death. But Spiridonov and Canavero say head transplants are as ethical as the transplant of a heart or kidneys. There was much talk about where the human soul is located, said Spiridonov, and if it's ethical to do the heart transplants. But now doctors do it, and it saves people's lives. I think it's the normal way of technology to evolve. It would be strange to stop at this point when neurosurgery is ready to take the next step.
You know, I can see an application, perhaps. I mean, Pamela already said that once your nipples start pointing downward, it's all over. So if you might have a 70-year-old woman, maybe she's willing to have, you know, her head transplanted, perhaps to a younger body.
Now, this reminds me of Carl Pinkerton. What's it? Whatever. The Idiot Abroad. Ricky Gervais is savant.
I love him.
Savant sidekick. He has this story idea that he came up with where when a person dies, you know, if you say it's your loved one, right, and they're about to die, they're on the hospital table, you can have half of their brain put in your brain.
What?
And so then you can stay together. Like, they're about to die. They're in the coma. They're about to die. And, you know, because medical process, you can reattach a head. It must be easy to just take half the brain out and put it in the other person's head. So if you want, you can have half of your brain taken out and have the half of your brain of your loved one who's about to die put on the other side. Put in that empty space. So you can be together forever.
That sounds completely ethical.
There you go.
Well, forget the ethics of it, because, yeah, like, the ethics question, I think, is as concise as a kidney transplant, a heart transplant, let's share the organs, people. This is just the machinery, right? That's all it is, just the machinery. The problem with the head transplant isn't an ethical issue. It's that the doctor's talking about using super glue to reattach all of the nerves of your spinal cord. And he says, there were animal studies already done, but those were 45 years ago and failed miserably.
I don't know about you, but I want to change my body like a cheap suit often. That's where I'd like this to go.
Yeah, that wouldn't be. I'd keep mine. I've got a keeper. I'm not gonna trade this one. I know where all the skeletons are buried. It's right in the middle of it
I'm
all.
happy.
I worked hard to get this run down, broken down little body of mine. I'm not trading it for anything.
However, if you start to break down the individual parts, there's probably a day that, for whatever reason, I may need a lung transplant. I won't look back. I won't have nostalgia for the old lungs at that point. If I need that, if my kidney goes bad, you know what? Let's take it out. Give me a different one. Liver, it's an interchangeable part. Like the one I've got, it's treated me really well. But if something goes wrong with it, swap it. So there is a certain thing where eventually, if this technology was that readily available, right? If medical science was like we could swap out any of your body parts. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna have a knee replacement. You know what? Let's replace both of them. Give me some longer shins while we're at it. Let's do that. Let's try being taller. Let's see what that's like. Or you know what? I get to that stage in my life where I'm like, really, I want to live well but within my means. Well within my means. I'll keep the same head, but give me like a 3-foot tall body. Let's make it so I don't have to eat as much. I don't have such an impact on the carbon emission. And the little tiny house that I invested in. Actually, now it's like a 2-story because I could put a floor in between, and now I got twice as much room as I ever had before. All right, so there's fun ways you could go with this.
That's the ultimate environmentalism, really, right?
Yeah.
You're using less space, tiny houses.
Yeah. Tiny houses, tiny people.
It's for the environment that you'd be doing it. And if you don't like the environment and you're against this, then,
You're talking about transplants of all different kinds of organs, and it was a couple of months ago we did the story on the guy who was building an artificial penis, I think, or a penis transplant. And it had been performed on a guy in China, and he had cancer, so they had to remove his penis. So they grew, I don't know if they transplant, I think they grew a penis, or transplanted, I forget. So he got this new penis, and I mean, even if it worked, and I don't know if it worked, it just freaked out his wife, and she just couldn't take it, so he had them remove it. So what do you think, Justin? Penis transplant?
What do you mean it freaked her out? I missed that episode. What did she freak out about?
Well, because
It looked a little different.
yeah, it was an Italian donor. I mean, I don't even know if that story is true. I don't know if I can even believe that story. But if it is true, they reattached Bobbitt, apparently. And he went on to make like a porn movie after, just to show what an idiot he is in real life. But go ahead.
Well, it should
Okay, Pamela, as an independent observer, let's say you got a partner, and you've been with that partner for 10 years, everything is great, and something happens, his penis gets cut off. Okay, he gets a transplant. So, is that going to bother you when it comes to the old love-making time? You look down there, and it looks different.
Right? Depends on who the donor was.
Maybe 2 thumbs down.
As long as it's not love.
Because, there's love part, but then also I could picture Pamela going like, did you not have a choice? Was that like the only option? Like that was the model? There was that or nothing? If it was that or nothing, I understand, but...
As long as it doesn't get any smaller.
Here, I'm going to try to screen share. Here's this is the penis replacement doctor. See if you guys can see.
Honestly, really, they all kind of do the same thing.
Can you see my screen share?
I could, and it was my face.
Can you see it?
So there was like 2 of them.
I can see it now that I've enlarged your screen.
Can you hear it?
No.
No.
Wait. You're
looks
being
like you.
interviewed. I can't hear the audio. Wait, were you the penis replacement? Wait, what happened?
No, but I got to kind of interview him. Anthony Atala is the guy that did that.
Wow. Is he an Italian man?
He is, I believe, yeah.
Then perhaps that's where he got the donor, and that's what's freaking out the wife in China. Now it all makes sense.
Yeah, he's from Wake Forest, I believe.
Yeah, he does. He does a lot of transplants, right? He has transplanted a lot of other organs.
Yeah,
It's kind of a specialty.
He got a lot of notoriety because he printed the, I think it was a kidney-like substance on stage during a TED Talk. So that's kind of where he got a lot of notoriety from. And he kind of goes out and does lectures at universities. So when he was... So yeah, what he did a stomach with stem cells and put it in a human patient, in a young boy, and it was successful. And that was about 10 years ago. That was one of their first successes, I think. So anyway, technology's coming.
They will be able to regrow organs, that's for sure. They're doing it now. And they'll do it even, have even more sophisticated techniques.
Yeah, the problem...
That's gonna be amazing.
So hang on, did he have it removed again because his wife freaked out? Wouldn't it have been easier to just get a new wife and keep your penis?
Yeah, but that has to be your only priority, or just, I mean, I doubt that he got rid of it. Right? That's not how it ended. He didn't get rid of it.
Didn't he?
There would be, as I remember the article as best I can, just enough, not enough for having sex, but I think for urinating or something like that. And I believe what they did is there were stem cells left because the penis itself also extends into the body. So you remove the stem cells from the part of the penis that's left.
From the root.
You put it on a scaffolding, inject stem cells or something into the scaffolding, and then it grew or grows. He was more psychologically upset over the new penis, over having none.
Well, if it didn't work, I mean, I'd be pretty pissed too.
They're talking about botched circumcisions.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, that was bad enough.
Yeah, so that's, I think, their target is to help people that had botched circumcisions and that led to amputations, and then they're...
Yeah, mine wasn't botched, but I will never get back the nerves that they took from me. I will never get back that sensitive patch of skin that they so ruthlessly stole from me before I could even speak against it. You know, they didn't ask permission. I didn't sign anything, by the way. I didn't sign anything, and they took it. I should sue. I should figure out where those bastards are today and sue the hell out of them. Sue their pants off. See how they like it.
Okay, so let's say they perfect that. That means that poor people who haven't been circumcised will then have tissue removed, which they can sell on the black market for people who have been circumcised that want those nerve endings back.
Yeah. I'm not going to buy now. It's too late. Too late for me. It's just a warning to future generations. Don't let them steal your foreskin.
I agree with you. There's no medical reason for doing it, so it shouldn't be done. I was done. I have no idea what age I was. I don't, since the sex organ is the brain, not the penis, I don't think it has much at all to do with sexual satisfaction at all. But
you'll
it's
never
a
know.
surgery that has some
You'll
risks,
never
but no
know.
medical reason for it.
You'll never know.
Don't care.
Maybe
Don't
sex
care.
is like 100 times better. There's no way to tell. Never gave you a chance to find out. There's no way to compare. At least you don't remember. They took mine when they found out I still had mine at the age of 7, and then they no, that's not really true.
When is it done? When is it done with TWIS?
It's in pre-infancy. What do you call it? Newborn.
Yeah, like a week
Okay.
old or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I've compared, and it's better for the woman.
Better for the woman.
What is?
If you keep your foreskin.
Oh yeah, it's like sort of like a pre-lube thing going on.
Because the guy is less sensitive, which means he can just keep going and going and
Oh,
going.
you mean
and
without it?
No, with it.
Oh, less sensitive? Well, it's a movable sort of patch of, like, if you forgot to pack lubrication, I suppose, and things are not as whatever as they can be. I've heard it's like that.
I've never needed.
Less sensitive, though. Then if it's less sensitive, then I don't know. Maybe I am living in the better world.
Yeah, for you. But like, there's a time difference. It's better.
Hey, what are you talking about? Yeah, for me, that's what I'm talking about. For me, yeah.
We're talking about what's
so
important.
What else is there? I have no idea what you mean.
Right.
I'm going to jump ahead here from this fact to a story I wasn't going to go to
That was a
until
good
later.
point,
But this
Ed.
is
That was a good point.
kind of mind-boggling. Not necessarily mine. I was very surprised at how ineffectual a lot of these birth control methods are. And this posted in the New York Times back in September of 2014. Now, the information comes from Brookings Institute and Princeton University, reputable university. It's their Office of Population Research. Could not find the study itself. I'm going to try to screen share it. Okay. I don't know if you can see it or not.
I can.
Okay. So what they're looking at is the longer any misuse and failure of birth control, major contributor to unplanned pregnancies. Typical use. Now on the chart, when they say the chart shows probabilities of pregnancy while using each method for up to 10 years by 2 standards. Typical use, this is a normal reflecting the effectiveness of each method for the average couple. You do not always use it correctly or consistently, and of course, perfect use. But just looking at that first one, spermicides, 96 out of 100 women will have an unplanned pregnancy even when they use spermicides. And even if they're perfect in how they use it, you're still talking about a chance of 83 out of 100. So spermicides, useless. Now it says fertility awareness based, which is ovulation. Now that's interesting because typical use, you're talking about 94 chances out of 100. But with perfect use, you're only talking about 26 chances out of 100. So, my sex education not being that great. Pamela, what would this be? What would this involve?
what's at the ovulation? So if
Yeah,
you
having
can do
sex during the period, right? Like,
no, so if you but that's not necessarily right because I got pregnant the day after my period finished,
well,
and
yeah,
that's not
after. But I mean, during,
the,
that's when the
the
walls are
day
coming
after.
down.
So most
What-
women are most women are at their most fertile 2 weeks after their period.
Yeah.
But we're all a little bit, we all ovulate differently. So you can get ovulation kits to see when you're going to be ovulating. And if you don't want to get pregnant, you can have sex at the opposite end of that.
Okay.
So I know people that have been going on the average and trying to plan to have a baby, and they've been doing it at the 2 week mark, but then nothing happens for a couple of years. So then they go and get an ovulation kit and find out she ovulates differently.
So apparently, I mean, I only know what I'm told. Mother was on the pill. Father used a condom. Now, that means I overcame more obstacles just getting here than I've seen in my lifetime on the planet. But I also have always suspected somewhere in the back of my mind, because they told me this separately. Like, Mother said, "Oh, it was kind of unexpected. I was on the pill." Dad was like, "Yeah, it was weird. I was using a condom." So, back of my mind, I think that they might have both lied to me. It was like, this was the sex talk, their version of it, was claiming that even though they'd used birth control, it's not guaranteed. But if what they say is true, I am a miracle.
That happened to a friend of mine when she was 18. She was on the pill. She and her boyfriend used a condom, and she got pregnant.
Well, none of these methods are 100% effective.
Definitely not.
Sponge, 94 chances out of 100 after 10 years. Like condoms.
Yeah.
Women, 90. Even if women use it, if it's for condoms for women, what's a condom for a woman?
Oh yeah, I've got some.
Okay.
Yeah, I do
Well,
have them here.
with perfect use, your odds are 40 out of 100, 40% shot.
Over
After
10
years.
Yeah.
And
Like
if
a
you're
little cup.
imperfectly using it, it's forget about it. It's 91 chances out of 100. It's not going to work.
Yeah. So
It's
do you
just
know
like
what the chances of abstinence are?
No, actually, I don't.
It's actually got a higher fail rate than all of these.
Well, that's because it's imperfectly used.
Because it doesn't actually work. This is why Tennessee, which no longer teaches sex education but only teaches abstinence, has the highest rate of teen pregnancy in the nation per capita.
Yeah, but that's because kids aren't going to listen.
Well, no, because they are listening. They're being told abstinence, abstinence. So when the deed goes down, nobody has a condom. Nobody's been on the pill. Nobody has any of these methods to attempt to mitigate. They don't even know the fertility cycle. They weren't taught any of it. They were just told, don't do it. Don't have it. Get married first, then have sex, and you'll be fine.
Oh, condom. Now, there's another one where it's obviously being imperfectly used. I don't know how you imperfectly use a condom. I don't know. The condom may break. That's one thing. But you're still looking at 86 out of 100 chances.
Yeah, they always
typical
break.
use. And in perfect use, you get it down to 18 out of 100. But really, the only thing here, you've got something called a hormone implant.
Yeah, I had one of them once. It was horrible.
Even sterilization, male sterilization, there's still 2% chance.
Wait, what? So what if they've...
Female sterilization, there's a 5 out of 100% chance of a pregnancy. Male sterilization, there's still a 2% chance of pregnancy.
Is this if they've had a vasectomy?
I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't find the study, so I don't know the details.
Probably tube tie-in talk.
I'm wondering what sterilization we're talking about? Like, is a female sterilization, is it having a tube tied, and a male
Yeah,
is a
it's
vasectomy,
not.
I
It's
guess?
not having your uterus removed because that would.
That would do
That's
it, I
gotta be
think.
100%.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
I'm just
So we do it-
guessing. I'm just guessing.
If you do it 100 times with someone who's had a vasectomy, you've got 2 chances, have you?
No. If you do it every day for 10 years, that's more than
Okay.
200, I'm sure. I don't know. That's also not talked about in this. I don't see anywhere where the rate
I'll have
of
sex with a woman for every day for 10 years. I'll sign up.
sight unseen, huh, Ed?
You do know I'm 72.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'll be right back.
So you could put. No, this is good information. I'm glad you showed me that. Okay.
I mean, it really is how a lot of people think condoms. Oh, I'm using a condom. That's going to be, don't have to worry about it. And that is not true. That is obviously not true. And hopefully in the sex education, that's where sex education classes are important, like Justin talked about. Because, they really don't know the right way of doing things, I guess. I remember reading a study about the importance of sex education and how so many girls, right? So this was a Midwest study, and girls thought that with oral sex they couldn't get an STD. Oh, we're only having oral,
No, they can use if they're giving it. There are flavored condoms, and well, if they're getting it, well, it's risky. But in the heat of the moment, you don't really care. Trust me. But yeah, anyway.
Okay, I think we've talked about that enough for a while at least. Perhaps Dale, you may want to cover this particular story about a new potential cause for Alzheimer's. Something probably more important for me than for you.
I think we should rename the podcast TWIS Minion, the Sex Podcast.
Oh, yeah, just
Look, I'll check and see how many views we get out of this.
I will just say, I had someone ask who doesn't have any children. She still thought that you can't get pregnant if you're breastfeeding. That is an absolute lie. You can get pregnant when you are breastfeeding. I don't know how that ever got out there that you can't get pregnant when you're breastfeeding. It's ridiculous. You can. Ladies, do not believe it, or you're going to end up having 2 kids 10 months apart. Bugger that. Continue.
So, what do you want me to cover? The arginine?
This is the, yes.
Arginine? I think it's arginine. Is it arginine or arginine?
I don't know.
Do you know, Pamela? Arginine?
I'm still thinking. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll call it arginine because it sounds better.
For me.
If I'm wrong in my pronunciation, we'll just say that I'm Canadian. Increasingly, evidence supports the idea that the immune system, which protects our bodies from foreign invaders, plays a part in Alzheimer's disease. But the exact role of immunity in the disease is still a mystery. A new Duke University study in mice suggests that in Alzheimer's disease, certain immune cells that normally protect the brain to abnormally consume an important nutrient, arginine. Blocking this process with a small molecule drug prevented the characteristic brain plaques and memory loss in a mouse model of the disease. Published April 15th in the Journal of Neuroscience, the new research not only points to a new potential cause of Alzheimer's, but also may eventually lead to a new treatment strategy. If indeed arginine consumption is so important to the disease process, maybe we could block it and reverse the disease, said senior author Carol Colton, professor of neurology at the Duke University School of Medicine and a member of the Duke Institute for Brain Sciences. The brains of people with Alzheimer's disease show two hallmarks, plaques and tangles, that researchers have puzzled over for some time. Plaques are the buildup of sticky proteins called beta amyloid, and tangles are twisted strands of proteins called tau. In the study, the scientists used a type of mouse called CVN-AD, and they had created several years ago by swapping out a handful of important genes to make the animal's immune system more similar to a human's. Compared with other mice used in Alzheimer's research, the CVN-AD mouse has it all, plaques and tangles, behavior changes, and neuron loss. In addition, the gradual onset of these symptoms in CVN-AD, the mouse gave researchers a chance to study his brain over time and to focus on how the disease begins. And the study's first author, Matthew Kahn, an MD/PhD student in Colton's lab. So looking for immune abnormalities throughout the lifespan of the mice, the group found that most immune system components stayed the same in number, but a type of brain resident immune cells called microglia that are known first responders to infection begin to divide and change early in the disease. Though the microglia express a molecule called CD11C on their surface. Isolating these cells and analyzing their patterns of gene activity, the scientists found heightened expression of genes associated with the suppression of the immune system. They also found dampened expression of genes that work to ramp up the immune system. It's surprising because suppression of the immune system is not what the field has been thinking is happening in AD, Ken said. Instead, scientists have previously assumed that the brain releases molecules involved in ramping up the immune system that supposedly damage the brain. The group did find CD11C, microglia, and arginase, an enzyme that breaks down arginine, are highly expressed in regions of the brain involved in memory, in the same regions where neurons had died. Blocking arginase using the small drug, difluoromethylornithine, DFMO, before the start of symptoms in the mice, the scientists saw fewer CD11 microglia and plaques develop in their brains. These mice performed better on memory tests. Oh, that's so cute. They give them little tests. All this suggests to us that if you can block this local process of amino acid deprivation, then you can protect the mouse at least from Alzheimer's disease. DFMO is being investigated in human clinical trials to treat some types of cancer, but it hasn't been tested as a potential therapy for Alzheimer's. In the new study, Colton's group administered it before the onset of symptoms. Now they're investigating whether DFMO can treat features of Alzheimer's after they appear. Does the study suggest that people should eat more arginine or take dietary supplements? The answer is no, Colton said. Partly because of a dense mesh of cells and blood vessels called the blood-brain barrier determines how much arginine will enter the brain. Eating more arginine may not help more get into the sites of the brain that need it. Besides, if the scientist's theory is correct, then the enzyme arginase, unless it's blocked, would still break down the arginine. We see the study opening the doors to thinking about Alzheimer's in a completely different way to break the stalemate of ideas in AD. The field has been driven by amyloid for the past 15 to 20 years, and we have to look at other things because we still do not understand the mechanism of the disease or how to develop effective therapeutics. And it was an NIH-supported study.
So Alzheimer's could be an autoimmune disease.
I don't know.
It could be. More research is required.
Yeah, it's very, everything's very, there's a lot of correlation here, and they're trying to prove causation, I think. But it's interesting. So the microglia is the immune cells that they're talking about, and yeah, so it could be.
Okay. Justin, are we at that point in the show where you're perhaps ready to talk about our favorite subject, Science Island?
Sure.
Because I got a question.
Shoot.
All right, the last property you were talking about was 10 acres, right?
Yeah, but I'm ruling that one out.
Oh, okay. Now, moving on to the next subject.
Well, I mean, okay, so this is the difficulty in this whole thing, right? But it's 10 acres, which is smaller than we initially talked about, but could be doable. It's a little more than we had been looking, but it's very close to the populations. It's desirable location-wise. Except that I realized that this is a plot that's surrounded by farmland. And this is what I was ruling out earlier, is you couldn't do the water capture there. Because I've had the experience before. I've lived in farmhouses out in the Central Valley before, outside of town, surrounded by farmland. One day I come out to my car, and it looks like somebody spray painted on it, you know, or that somebody was spray painting something white next to it, and the paint drifted through the air and collected all over the car. And it turned out what it was calcium deposits, and they had been dropping it on the tomato field across the road over there, right? And some of the calcium, because they kind of put like a sunscreen on the tomatoes to keep them from burning at some point. But so this was the plot next to, and the crop dusters, they go lower than a telephone power line, or telephone lines power lines. They go lower than that when they go over these fields. They're insane stunt pilots, really. But it was still sufficient enough to catch the wind and drift across the road and across past the house, really, and into the backyard where the car was and cover it. So if we were doing water collection on a rooftop, I don't think we want to be in the farmlands, because the water supply will automatically, by default, become contaminated.
I think I got it.
Cool.
Okay.
I posted some potential housing for Science Island in the chat area.
Where it says strange and unusual homes for sale. Strange and unusual. Okay.
Isn't that what we want?
Well, I don't know about strange and unusual. I want a TARDIS home. So I want to have like a police box thing on top of the ground, and then have my dwelling under the ground. So you have to go into the police box, and my home is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside.
Nice.
Ed, you're stealing Justin's idea.
Well, I did want that for a front door. But yeah, I like the idea that all that's visible. That was different. The only thing visible from the surface is the TARDIS. You go in, you got the roundabout kind of stairway down, and then yeah, that's the next level right there. Only thing visible from the surface is the box. Although at that point, I think I would have to go away from a TARDIS home. I'd have to call that my Vault 13.
Warehouse 13?
Vault 13. It's a first Fallout reference.
Oh, is that where Warehouse 13 came from?
I don't know. I don't think so. That might be something else.
Never seen that TV show?
No.
Yeah, but Justin hasn't. That's
I
Justin.
had a question about the idea of even 10 acres being enough.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about, well,
We got
minimum price,
Neil,
100,000, 200,000, and we're talking about, oh, go ahead.
So. Oh wait, Patrick was talking. Okay, no. Okay, so the minimum price. This is the weird thing. Like there was that $180,000 or whatever it was for 240 acres of gorgeous wide open space in California. Problem is, it's pretty far from everything. You know, there's a main highway that runs through it, but it's hours to civilization in every direction. So the closer you get to civilization, the more expensive it is. So that's why the 10 acres, that's really close to everything, is more money than the 240 acres away from everything. So even as we downsize the actual acreage, price goes up if we want to be closer to civilization, which I think is somewhat important to be somewhat
vital.
close, commutable.
You know, the question is, what's the percentage of interest I would have as an investor in this real estate trust? Initially, it's a real
100%.
estate trust.
100%.
Now, if we're talking about 100 acres, 2% gives me, what, 2 acres?
No.
But that's only for housing.
No, gives you 0 acres, but 100% usage.
100% usage of nothing.
Well, no. So I mean, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but this is a debatable thing. But I sort of didn't picture it like we're gonna break the 100 acres up into 2 acres a person, and each person will live on their 2 acres, and it would be like this whole thing, right? Seems to me you would have like maybe designate 2 or 3 acres or whatever was required really to put all of the housing. All the housing's in one spot. So that way you're not running power lines or internet lines all over this place. You're not digging ditches and putting all your money into running cable throughout the land, right? Put all the housing in
Ed,
one
if you
spot.
want to be a hermit, you can be a hermit.
Yeah, you can go out. You can go out. There's a yurt on the other side of the land. That's for if you feel like you got really bad gas or you're just sick of everybody. You can go stay there, right? But for all the water collection, the energy generation, all that stuff, seems like it should just be all in one location so that it's easily wired up, connected together, and that resource is all there for everybody to share. But so if it was the 100 acres and there was 150 of us, I figured the housing and everything would be on less than 10 acres anyway. It would be in a pretty densely populated little town village thing there. The idea with the moorland is that, yeah, it's all spread out, so you can go off and, do whatever, wherever, ride a horse, I don't know what people do outside.
Ride a horse.
Well, the land that you'd need for housing, for each individual house, you can build it, certainly, and even my first home was a quarter-acre land. My father, when he bought it, was just a quarter-acre land.
Quarter-acre still.
But the homes were, maybe 15 feet away from each other, 20 feet away, so they're a little bit packed in. I was 10 acres would have been too small because I would have had a 1/5 of an acre, everyone, which is too small. So I'm wondering.
You can put a tiny house on 1/5 of an acre. It's not a problem.
Oh, you can, but then you've got now you're out. You're out of room. You got no more room on 10 acres.
No. So
that's what I was thinking. The traditional idea of 1 acre, an acre of land for each person, which would include food resources, and we got to have businesses and that sort of stuff.
So the other thing too is like, okay, so if you pick, and then it just depends on what design. It's like if everybody wanted the design of the house that I want, everybody's house would have to be southern facing, and have a good, I don't know what it is, maybe it's 30 yards front to back at least between them, because you'd want the sunlight to be able to come in at the low angle in the winter to kind of heat the back wall, and when it's at the high angle it doesn't really matter. But it would be more important to have a long strip of land that goes east to west with good southern visibility across the whole thing. And all that, so even though...
Let me guess, you also want it facing a highway so people can see it too, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not worried about people seeing it. I want to invite the world in to come take a look at it. There'll be a sign, come see Science Island this way. Big, goofy robot pointing. But it would all be like, they'd all be maybe next to each other, but they'd all be spread out along. It's sort of like if you only populated one side of a street. You have a long street that's the whole town, and all the houses are just on one side of it. Because that southern facing allows a lot of energy collection from the sun. If you don't have trees or obstacles obscuring the southern facing, You can create a thermal mass back wall to collect heat in the winter, and then have it so that that back wall of thermal mass doesn't get touched by the sun in the winter, just because the angle that the sun is in the sky doesn't necessarily reach the back wall at all seasons. So that's like one picture of it. So even though, so it would be 10 acres, but the houses might go straight across that whole 10 acres on the north side with a good southern facing. And then you can do all, you'd have all the rest of it is really open. I mean, the whole 10 acres basically is still that communal property where it might be the workshops and the farming thing and the whatever else is going on can all take place out there in the rest of that 10 acres, because all the housing is one strip along the northern portion of that property.
Okay. The self-sustaining communities that I've read about, they have massive amounts of property. The one in Scotland was like 200 people spread out over 50 square miles, and the one in Tennessee was like 1,000 acres of land. But I don't know how much they were actually living on. But the most land I think you would need might be for food resources and your businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Farm. How big of a farm do you need to supply all your crops that you would be able to use for food? Because I think even do a small farm even a farm on 10 acres of land be able to do it for a community of 100 people?
Yeah, easily.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I mean the amount of food that a backyard garden can produce is typical. I mean, what's a typical backyard garden? I don't even know.
10 by 10.
Yeah, but it's not going to feed the entire household, but will keep you from having to buy tomatoes, carrots, and potatoes, or whatever you've got planted back there. You won't have to buy garlic. You won't have to buy your herbs. You won't have to buy those little things. But if you're talking about like the greenhouse that we pulled up the other day, the 30-foot wide by 72 feet long, where you're doing hydroponics, which grows things quicker, faster, bigger, you can produce more than that 150 people can consume. Of most things. You can take care of all the What's that?
The only thing you really can't grow in a small plot is wheat or rice.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't be able to grow enough wheat to make enough loaves of bread for the entire year for one family.
Mm-hmm.
You would need it like an entire acreage to do that kind of stuff. But for vegetables, you can do really dense vegetable gardening in like 10 by 10 and have enough to last you your entire year if you can preserve them.
And you could do one orange tree, one lemon tree. I mean, have you ever seen, like, people are trying to pawn off lemons every time a lemon tree starts producing those damn things. People are coming, hey, you want a shopping bag full of lemons? Like, this is way too much for one human being. And all of the people that they know that they can pawn lemons off.
You make lemonade every day of your life.
Yeah. I mean, when you see 100-acre or 200-acre farm out there, I mean, don't imagine that those hundreds of acres are only feeding a couple hundred people. They're producing much more than an acre a person, for instance, requirement.
Well, that's one of the ideas, right? We've got to sell. We've got to have products that we can sell. We've got to have income coming in. So the food that we grow isn't just for ourselves. It's also to produce income. I just don't know how much income that can really bring in. The income has to offset the infrastructure, the cost of the infrastructure.
Well, see, I disagree. I kind of disagree with this. And here's here's why. I think the production just needs to create just enough economy on the interior so that people who are really working the island, like managing the chickens and the goats and working in the Science Island Cafe and at the whatever like meal house, general store / everything else place we go to buy stuff when we are too lazy to leave the island. The people who are like actively becoming full-time farmers, the farm only needs to support the farming and the chicken rearing and all that. Really, only needs to support those people.
Agreed.
That's all who has to really be able to like do that full time and have the rest of their needs met. Because again, this is part of the problem of being too rural, is that we have people who can go out there and work part of the year as an electrician or as a handyman or as a car salesman or as a lawyer or as a whatever else, right? Television producer, whatever the thing is, and then return to the island where they just don't have any additional bills. And so that's who's kicking in more for like, all right, let's add another solar panel that we're gonna buy from whatever XYZ company and have installed, and they're sort of paying for the people who are there full time, but the people who are there full time are also producing stuff so that the people who aren't there full time come home and don't have to pay the outside dollars for everything. So it's like there's a way of doing economy of family, extending your family for your economy that can be really useful. One of the interesting things, and this will sound perhaps slightly stereotypical or racist, but it's not. Whenever you preface something like that, you're just doomed yourself, right? But this is okay. So this is a cultural thing that I've noticed.
Here, Justin, so you don't have to worry.
No, this is from friends and colleagues and folks who I know who are Indian, Indian.
Dot, not feather.
No, dot, not feather. Thank you. And there's something really kind of an amazing. So as a for instance, I've got this one friend. And he lives at home still. Now the at home is the family owns a couple of houses on this block, and the whole family lives in there. He bought a car a little while ago that wasn't for him, but for his younger brother. He pays everybody in the family's auto insurance and cell phone bill. He pays no rent. He is in charge of all the books that is it nephew or maybe it's another brother, I don't know. All the books that he has to get in college, he pays for. Somebody else, right, is paying for his electricity, his rent. Like they've each been like compartmentalized, like you're in charge of this for everybody, right? And this is how they've done it. And like whenever somebody from one of these sort of like communal family, extended family groups comes in to buy a car, and this is how I interact with this, you won't have like your typical like one person who's buying a car who's like I want this, that, and the other on this car and is picking out a color. You have a committee of sometimes 5 or 7 people who are picking out the vehicle, because they're all going to be using it at some point. The car isn't actually technically getting purchased for one person to use. It's getting purchased for the entire household and maybe the next door neighbors, as extended family are going to be using this vehicle. So there's something in that sort of mindset, which is like already zip car. This family of 8 might have 3 cars. But everybody has a car when they need one. And nobody's paying 100% on a vehicle because they don't use the car 100% of the time. So there's interesting ways of managing, managing that sort of thing. But yeah, I kind of don't expect that we need to necessarily be profit based on production, I think it's enough to, at least for the first, at least my first objective or goal for the thing like this would just be get as self-sufficient as possible. Produce as much the necessities of food, water, electricity that you don't need to buy it from outside. That you can set it up to be sustainable as much as possible.
That gets back to the need to living near civilization. Because if people are going to need income, which means they're going to need jobs, and that means they're going to need to live near cities where there are jobs.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a tough thing, because that drives up the cost of the property that we would get.
Significantly.
That's absolutely critical. We got to live near some place where people can find work, unless the target is that completely self-sustaining community. That's a different thing.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, and really to try to do that without going in there with millions of dollars means being a subsistence dirt farmer. I mean, it really means we're gonna go be poor farmers somewhere. That's really what it would come down to. So that's part of not the goal, right? Part of the goal is to create a place where you go home to that completely fits with your ethic of being on the planet and is something you've created, and you can walk away. Get it to the point where, look, if you can get it to the point where you've made an initial investment and now don't have bills, you don't have to worry about a monthly electricity bill. You don't have to worry about a monthly food bill. You don't have to worry about this, that, and the other. Well, it gives you a terrific amount of freedom, for instance, if you were interested in changing jobs. You don't have to be terrified, I'd go and there's this type of job I'd go and apply for, but, it's just to do the job, but you don't necessarily get hired, wherever, so I'm not going to take the risk. I got the steady thing going over here. I'm not going to take any risks. Well, you want people to take risks. This is how entrepreneurs and, whatever. When people take risks, they at least get a shot at achieving things they couldn't possibly have if they never took a risk. So not having all those stresses, I think, would be important.
It's to keep a first world standard of living, but sustainably.
Yeah. Sustainably and cheaply.
Not as a debt slave.
Exactly. Because if you build it and own it, in that sense, you don't have to continually pay for it. I mean, this is the whole idea of these mortgages. The reason a mortgage takes your entire lifetime to pay off now, because that's what a refi is. That's what a refinance is. That's what a reverse mortgage is. That's what all these tools and that companies are using, mortgage companies are using, banks are using, is just to keep you in debt for your entire lifespan, so that whatever you think you're earning, a good chunk of it goes to them. And it used to be the bank would not give you a loan. I'm talking some olden-timey ways. If you were trying to buy a house that the monthly payment was more than a quarter of your income, no. You have to find a house that's a quarter of your income or less. This is the basic minimum qualification for the home loan. Now 50% is easily the standard. If not higher than that. I mean, there are a lot of people I know pay more than half of their wages just to the mortgage. That's ridiculous. It's like paying for the right to be housed on the planet when you could, I don't know. So my point is there's got to be a better way to do this.
That's where I'm stuck at right now, man.
Yeah.
The sooner I can get out of that, the better.
Yeah, and the other part of it too is
I was stuck in that a couple years ago.
Yeah,
those
Pamela,
investments and things
Pamela, you want to be a lawyer, right? You want to be a lawyer, and you also want to be an activist. Is that really critical to you in terms of where you're going to live?
No, because I can just plain. I fly all the time.
Plus, all we need is an internet connection, and we can start reading WikiLeaks.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm writing an essay now to enter a thing. I just received an email today, actually. There's a forum in Spain in October, and law students at my university have been invited to write an essay, and the best essay will win an all-expense-paid, trip to Spain to attend this forum. And then there's the World Forum on Democracy in France in November that I've been invited to through an activist group. So regardless of where I live, that doesn't really matter because these things are all over the world and I have to fly anyways. So yeah, it doesn't matter. And when I shook my head before when you said about having to be near civilization, because my plan, just by myself, if there was no science island, is to buy somewhere rural, and because I only need to go to court, a couple of days a week, and I'll just helicopter in from my property to the courthouse because there's a helipad. No, but you laugh, but I mean that's pretty common in Australia.
Yeah, I guess
because we are so spread
it's
out.
not very common around here. I guess if we were in Alaska, it would be like, oh yeah, you take the little.
Because we're just so spread out here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, and you can get a helicopter for $100,000 easy,
I'd rather have a plane. Planes don't fall out of the sky when the engine quits.
No, but I need to land on a helipad on a building to go to work, so plane's not practical.
Yeah, Patrick. No, they just drift ever so gently to the ground, lofting themselves down like a feather, lightly landing upon the ground.
Well, no, lately they seem to just disappear or crash, but
Well, that's because
What is
people
it
are
called?
flying
Not Rudy
Malaysian
joke.
Airlines, and they shouldn't do that anymore.
They get the pilot comes on and says, "Hi, sorry, just to let you know, passengers, looks like one of our 4 engines went down, so everything's fine. It's just going to take us another 45 minutes to get to our destination with the lack of power. So, yeah, we'll be a little bit late, but everything's fine." A little while, time passes. Pilot comes back on. Okay, passengers, just to let you know, we lost actually a second engine. We're now running about 2 hours behind our scheduled landing the arrival time. But don't worry, everything's fine. Everything's going to be fine. A little while later, the pilot comes on again. So you may have felt a little the third engine went out. We still have one. It's gonna be 4 hours now until we get to our destination. But just so you know, that last engine couldn't possibly go out. And as Rudin looks to the passenger next to him and goes, I hope that last engine doesn't go out. We'll be up here all day. So yeah, I mean, this is the how close are you to civilization? Also, part of the thing is, if we're too freaking rural, if we're too far away, a big part of the message of what the Science Island idea is goes away. A big part of it is build it, show it to people, show how it's possible, show them what works, show them what didn't work. And hopefully you're not continuing to do what doesn't work, but
If you
have
build
an
it,
example.
they will
Have
come.
an example of a community that built itself that could be replicated in Ireland and Australia and a different state and Canada and wherever the hell, anywhere on the planet, but actually build it, put it together, make it function, and show people this is how, based on everything we've tried through things we saw working other places, improvements we've made, a little bit of trial and error, and a whole lot of hammering and sawing and welding and whatever. This is what we came up with, and here's how it's working. And I think that's one of the things. I mean, there's very few examples that people can drive to and visit and walk through a neighborhood that isn't on the grid. Everything around us, except for perhaps you, Pamela, has indoor plumbing, electric lights fed to it, water pipes up to it, sewer pipes out. Everything is infrastructure dependent on the grid completely.
It's all about perspective, because in the world, Australia is rural, I guess. You just by saying that, you just reminded me. I went to Hanukkah in Switzerland last year, and a couple of them said, so what's it like to be in Australia and just be so separated from everything that's happening? And I looked at them and I went, well, I'm separated from everything that's happening for you, but stuff happens in Australia. We don't, we don't really,
right?
we don't feel like we're missing out on anything because we have lives, And they said, oh yeah, that terrorist attack happened in Sydney the other day, and I'm just, is that all you get? Like when some idiot holds up a cafe, and that's Australia. So yeah, it's a funny perspective the other side has. Nothing happens in Australia. We're all just sitting there wishing we were in Europe or the US, apparently.
Or no, I love it. Like
yeah, but Americans think
because
that
you're
of
so
every
far away,
country.
you get all the news later too. Like you'd be like, yeah, I just heard that the Berlin Wall went down. That news just
rubbish.
arrived on us through a carrier pigeon. That apparently when it took them that long to fly there.
Well, that what you were talking about before. I think in order for our community to be unique, it means we're performing some kind of experiments. The idea of it being experiments. And I can see two people right here. I see Patrick and I can see Dale. They're people who love to tinker, try stuff out. So they've got to be in a situation where they can go out and experiment and try things. And that's what makes the community unique from these other communities I read about. Other communities I read about, it's sustainability. Sustainability, we have a community that's sustainable. We have a community with people that we like. Okay, but we want to, as I see it, add experimenting.
Like on people, right? That's what you mean.
Sorry, I
See,
didn't hear
Dale wants to start using that Christopher Cas9 stuff on people, even though they're trying to ban it.
Right, but I won't do it. I mean, they won't know I'm experimenting on them, right? So
No, that's because we're on an island. It's a science island, right? There's
Nobody
no
can
laws.
hear you scream.
right. Like
The more I talk to you, Dale, the less I want to live with you.
So no, but no, yeah. To
Yeah, so
some
Dale
part,
to
could be
live with
doing
him, you
the
can
head
live by him.
transplant experiment. Nobody know about it.
I don't belong on your island. I really don't, and I'm gonna make my own little raft that kind of floats around it, and I can be your entertainment. You can kind of look at me, and you'll see me experimenting on the only body I have, which is my own. And one day you'll see a dog on my head instead of my head. Other days,
They already did those experiments.
I'll be hungry for bananas because I'll have a monkey body.
Monkeys don't like bananas.
so
Monkeys
I think the island itself is an experiment. I mean, I really think it's an experiment to live as completely off the grid as possible. That every element we can add that makes it further off the grid is an addition to the experiment. But what you said about the tinkerers and that sort of thing, I've got this customer who he's an 80-something-year-old man, and he's a tinkerer and a builder. But he was talking about he has this generator that died, and he went to the company he bought it from. And found an empty building. Apparently they went out of business 30, 40 years ago. Right? So he's like, okay. Well, so he pulls out the old manual, and he tears down the generator, rebuilds it again, and gets it working. And he's been tearing down and building stuff his whole life. There was he was working on some kind of he had a steam engine, like a working model of a steam engine that his father had built, and he rediscovered it in one of his warehouses and started tinkering with the thing and found that there was one of the parts on it was busted. So he went back and remanufactured it, put it back together, and got the thing working again, just as a kick, just as this is what he likes to do. On his days off, he'll tear apart perfectly working equipment just to see exactly how it was put together and then put it back together again. So there is required, definitely a big requirement for people who can tear shit apart and make shit work. I can do the dismantling thing. I've perfected that as a child, in fact. It's the whole put it back together and not have spare parts at the end.
Now I have a brief shout out to our chat room. We have TWIS Fan, Roxy, and Wiz Mike. And Wiz Mike made the comment, the U.S. has the most idiots per capita.
Okay.
Gotta be number one in something.
This is only by default, though. This is only by being the world's largest democracy. Well, maybe that's India now. I don't know. But the definition of idiot.
The world's largest democracy would be India.
Yeah, that is India. Okay. So India would likely have the most idiots then. Because the definition of idiot, and this is an old Greek term, an idiot is somebody who doesn't vote or pay attention to social issues in the form, who doesn't vote or bother themselves with the issues that society is confronted with. Somebody who ignores all of that is an idiot. So to that extent, I'd say we probably have a fairly high number of idiots, but then you have to say someplace like, someplace that doesn't have a democracy, like, I don't know, just about every other country. And I mean a real democracy. You can't count Russia. They don't have a democracy. They got to vote with a camera on them that fed back to the Kremlin. They don't have a democracy. So yeah, any place that's a democracy has a chance of having idiots. People who don't have a democracy, I don't know if you can accuse anybody of being an idiot there.
Does the guy in Russia with the different bodies with the different head, do you reckon he gets 2 votes? No?
Our chat room is going off the rails. Because WizMike has now just led me to Jesse Ventura's website. And I see can peak be profitable as a starting point. So I don't know.
And does the man who gets the new body, like, did he get to pick it at all? Or does he like, okay, like, this one's got abs, he's worked out a lot. That might be too much. I might have to, that's going to cause me to have to, like, put in a lot of effort to maintain. You got one that's lower maintenance? Yeah, I don't like the look of those one's feet. Those feet look like it looks a little flat-footed. I don't know. Can you find me another one? Oh, I don't like the nipples on that guy. They're way too big. Find me another, like, or is it just a surprise, like, and you're in the coma and you wake up and, oh, a black guy. I wouldn't have thought they were going to do that. Well, okay, that works. Like, does he get any input? Does he get any insight into it in advance, or is it just, surprise, here's your new body?
Whatever's freshly available, I guess.
So this was the most freshly available body, huh? Okay. Well, first of all, I got to say, I like my tits. These are nice. I don't know how to use a vagina, but I guess I'll figure it out. I mean,
that's easy.
I get tired. It was the fresh body, so I guess this is what you can't be a chooser, I guess, when you're.
There was a movie many years ago. I can't think of it. Elaine Birkin, maybe, and I think she died or something, and she had to come back to Earth for her to go to heaven or some weird thing. She wound up in a guy's body, and and she couldn't figure out how to make this thing work, until she got a boyfriend and she got to the orgasm, and then she was all in with being a woman.
This is like the only memory I have of the Roseanne Barr show. But there's some episode where she dresses like a man and pretends to be a man for the day.
She's not a man?
Huh?
She's not a man?
No. So Roseanne, but she goes into the urinal and is standing there and is trying to talk to the guy next to her. And then she's like, oh, I get it. It's like being in an elevator.
Yeah.
because you just stand there and you don't make small talk.
Exactly.
You don't
And
start up a
women shouldn't
conversation
talk
with the stranger
either.
next to you.
I
You just
hate when there's.
we're in the elevator. You just stare at the door until the ride stops and you get out. This is. Oh shoot! I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know why women go to the bathroom together. I hate that
Dale
chit chat
posted
stuff.
a picture. I have no idea what this is. What the heck is that, Dale?
Well, what I built, we could use this on Science Island. It harvests heat from the sun and it heats your home.
And how does it do that?
What it is the top cavity. There's a sheet of it's like plexiglass, but it's not. It's a much stronger substance called Lexan. And there's a cavity on the top that's about 1.5 inches to 2 inches. And what is in the center of that is a very thin piece of tin. And what happens is the sun heats up that black tin, and it gets so hot. The first 4 or 5 iterations of this project, that cavity got so hot that it exploded.
Whoa.
And just from the sun, it exploded. So it took a lot of effort to get it so that it would stay intact. And what I ended up using is the substance they use in car windows to keep them sealed and in place. That's what I put along the perimeter of the Lexan glass or plastic composite. And so once that inner core heats up, on the bottom you can see there's two baffle. There's an input and an output on the bottom if you look closely at the front of the picture. And what you're doing is you're taking baffles underneath where the airflow goes through, and it's powered from a small solar panel. It forces the air through the back underneath, and it travels around against the tin and heats the air, and the air comes into your house and it preheats your return air system basically. So in spring in Canada, I'm getting the equivalent at full sunlight at the optimum kind of angle during that day, which is, I had it set for about 50 degrees. I was getting about the equivalent of what a 400 watt heater would be, and it would actually warm my basement in spring and fall. So during the night, it wouldn't do much for you, but a very simple thing that cost about $20 to assemble.
Wow.
And provided free heat. And you just lean it against the side of your house, and generally most people have like a return air, and you just hook it to that and you're done.
You can also use a bunch of aluminum cans and put them all together and do it that way.
Yeah, this was
up and down.
Yep, same thing. The really thin tin, you get maximum transfer of heat. And so the thinner, like tin cans, are very, very thin, and it works really good that way. There's a company that actually markets that and builds them like that called Cancelair.
Yeah, I saw that. He claims that he invented it. Total bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's been around for a while, different iterations of it. But yeah, it was a good project, and it worked very well. I had one problem, which was humidity, and I'm not sure why. But when the project was kind of running for a few seasons, I got really high humidity in the basement, and so that was a little bit of a problem.
How long did it take you to perfect it? You said it went through several iterations.
It took about...
Where'd you get the basic design from?
Just plans off the internet, and I just sort of changed things around a little bit that I thought make a better design. But the black that you see there in that thin piece of tin, that's kind of 2 inches in underneath the Lexan, that black is just really thin tin with black barbecue paint, flat black barbecue paint. So you're trying to absorb as much of the heat from the sun as possible. And beneath that, there's another 2-inch chamber that's just baffles. So you're just and it turns on and off. I had on the inside of the house, there's like a flap, just thick material. And when the fan would turn on, because the small little solar panel that came along with it was just a tiny solar panel, it was enough just to drive a computer fan, and that's what would circulate the air through it. And there was enough air there that the baffle would open and then heat the house. And then at night, when it's cold, of course there's no sun, the computer fan stops, and the material would fall back down just because there's no airflow. So very simple.
That's the same principle for dust masks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. So anybody could build that with less than $20. And actually, if you looked around, but the big secret was it would literally explode. You'd hear an explosion, and I was using plexiglass in the beginning, and there's so much pressure in that sealed chamber, and there's so much heat that you get an expansion of that air pocket, and it would leave everything shattered. So when I went to Lexan, a thicker Lexan, along with the same stuff, I don't know what they call it. It's kind of a black tarry substance they use to keep car windows in. When I went to that completely solved the problem. So that was really the big thing to overcome, was to handle that pressure from all the heat, because you can't. It gets so hot, you can't put your hand over the output because there's so much heat there.
And this provides heat for you in summer, you say? What?
No, it was only good in Canada for spring and fall, because that's when it's getting cold when you need it. In winter, the sun is the declination of the sun. It's so low on the horizon that it's almost useless in Canada, right? Like the sun is very, very low.
What if you put it on a heliostat that tracks the sun during the winter? Would that do any good?
Yeah, that would do way, way, way better if you could do that. But the idea was to make it as simple as possible and as sustainable as possible, so that anybody could do it. Anywhere where there's a colder environment, there's a free source of heat.
We actually have we haven't scheduled it yet, but there's a guy who wants to give a talk to Creator Space on how to set up heliostat solar panel arrays. Sure, you could do the same principles. He says it's not that expensive, so I think you could do it cost efficiently.
Yeah,
once I've listened to him give his spiel, I will report back and tell you how to do it cheaply.
Cool. Yeah, what you see there is basically 2x6s, 2x6 construction, just making a rectangle, screwing it together, and the foil tape and insulation, the foam insulation around the perimeter to keep the heat in as best as possible, and just some scrap tin for the rest of it, and used computer fan from an old power supply, and not really much more than that. That was it. And like I said, it heated the basement very well. Useless in winter because the sun is just way too low in Canada. But fall and spring it worked great.
So the low sun thing is I don't know, Dale, have you checked out the Earthship biotexture designs?
Nope.
So they've got this really interesting design where they create a massive thermal wall, which is just a bunch of compacted tires and an earth berm at the back of the house. And the way they've got it designed is that when the sun is at its lowest point in the winter, right, it's shooting through the house to that back wall, hitting that back wall. So during the day, the back wall is absorbing the sunlight, absorbing the heat. And then when the sun goes around the planet there, right, it's because the sun goes around the Earth, right?
It does? I thought we
Yeah.
revolved around it.
No. Didn't Ted Cruz prove Galileo was wrong? Wasn't that his whole spiel? But the point is, though, and then during the night, that thermal energy that's been collected from the sun all day slowly leaks out of the thermal mass and heats the house, and it's like you've turned the furnace on. And in the summer, the angle at which the light is allowed to reach that back wall is such that in the summertime, when the sun is higher in the sky, it's shaded. It's not reaching the back wall, so that back wall thermal mass isn't collecting the sun and is actually cooled and absorbing heat throughout the day and in the evening.
I saw a fellow on the internet that his garage doors, he had it so a secondary door would come down that was basically all insulated windows. So he constructed this as like one gigantic window that his other door would come up, and he'd have these windows, and he had a southern exposure. And inside he had a bunch of really, really large boulders and rocks in one portion of his garage, and painted them black. And it kind of had the same sort of effect, I think.
They do that in Bhutan. A lot of the temples have a thermal mass area. It's just a bunch of boulders next to their HVAC, and it collects heat and retains the heat during the night so that they can pump heat.
Yeah. And then the air conditioning mechanism they developed for the Earthship is that underground tubing, because underground, go down 6 feet, it's always like whatever it is, 57 degrees or something like that. It's like constantly there, winter and summer. And so they've got this long 20 to 40 foot tube, depending on where you're at and how much cooling you want, with a little up vent at one end, and then the other end of the vents is like the low vents on the floor or something, right? So then what they do is they open up a skylight, and as the heat rises from the building to leave through those high vents, it's pulling air through this tube that's sitting there underground getting cooled at 50-something degrees. So you have a natural convection cooler that drops the temperature, adds 50-something degree air into the room as the hot air is rising out of the ceiling vents. So you got an air conditioner that works not only off-grid, but it's not even using the off-grid electricity. It's electricity-free cooling system. I've got a lot of really brilliant designs. He was an architect, and then sometime in the 70s, I believe, started working on these Earthship biotextures. There's different communities in different states that have built these and have these communities of these things up and running. But they've got some, really last 50-year tested ideas that are in practice. That's pretty brilliant stuff. I mean, this is how people should be building houses. I mean, if we talk about energy crisis, water crisis, all this, I mean, they collect these structures. They all collect rainwater, process the rainwater. They have some aspects of their water collection that I don't care for. One of which is, I guess, because they got the gray water tank, which makes sense, but they have pumps. They have these really noisy pumps that apparently move the water from one place to the other. Like when you flush a toilet, it's using water that's already been used, that's gone out of the shower or the drinking water at the sink, and goes into a gray water tank, and it gets reused to flush toilets or whatever. But one of the side effects there so far, I guess, or at least in their design, is that when you flush a toilet, it turns on a pump that's like, and I'm a late night peer. I guess I could let it mellow overnight and then flush in the morning when everybody's awake. But what if I accidentally hit the thing and I wake everybody up just for flushing the toilet? That would seem like annoying. So there's got to be workarounds like that, quieter pumps, something of that nature.
In Canada, we call that entertainment.
Oh dear.
So yeah, I posted something just in the chat about, we were talking about cooling, I think, a little bit, and we talked about heating. I don't know if this is just, promotion to get funding or if there's any truth in this, but it's solid-state cooling. Don't quite understand how they're doing it. But I saw this, a few days ago, and it looked really interesting to me, but how they're achieving it, I'm not sure. Have you guys heard of that?
Mm-mm.
No.
Because they're saying that the material may change the energy industry. It almost sounds like a promotional thing that they're after funding. But the world refrigeration market is expected to increase by 78 billion by 2018. Therefore, the breakthrough has a significant economic impact as well as an impact on energy industry and environment. In the new technology, a magnetic field magnetically orders the material at ambient temperature, which raises its temperature above ambient. The excess heat is removed through a thermal medium such as water or air, bringing the material back to ambient temperature. The magnetic field is then removed, the material becomes magnetically disordered, and its temperature drops below ambient temperature, leading to a cooling effect. The solid-state cooling process is significantly more energy efficient than the conventional compressed gas systems currently in the market. We studied these systems for a long time and were fortunate to discover a system in which a magnetic transition coincided in temperature with a structural transition. That this magneto-structural transition occurs near room temperature is what makes it a strong candidate for magneto-caloric cooling devices of the future. So
This sounds familiar, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm looking into it now.
What does it mean when it says a magnetic field magnetically orders the material at ambient temperature, which raises its temperature above ambient? What do they mean, magnetically orders the material?
I don't know. Is it new age nonsense, or is it something that has potential? I wonder if that was in phys.org or something a little bit more.
It's new age nonsense.
Is it?
Well, I mean, you can do magnetic induction, which is used for cooking as well as foundries to melt metal. But I've never heard of it being used to cool anything. It's like the opposite of that, but as far as we know, there's no opposite of that. Suppose there's an opposite of everything mathematically, but...
I was just double checking to see if this was Einstein's refrigerator, and it's totally different.
Yeah, it talks about magnetically ordering the material and then magnetically disordering the material. So it's ordering and disordering.
Which
Ordering
makes me
races.
think it's bullshit. There's no such thing as magnetically orienting. I mean, is it talking like on the subatomic level, or is it talking on like macroscopic level? Like it's a sandy medium that's doing something, something, something.
No, Patrick, you don't understand. They're doing it with magnets.
Right. So it's
That's
like
all
putting
you
a
need to
magnetic bracelet on that
Magnets,
cures all
which
your
nobody
ails.
understands, are the voodoo power within a magnet is being employed to cool something. It's totally rational as long as you don't understand
What's
what a
this
magnet
method
is.
called? Dale, what is this called?
Well,
if you're saying that like magnets can create heat though,
solid-state cooling.
like yeah, like there may be something to that because
Solid-state cooling, that's easy. You get a block of ice, and you
Yeah.
put it in your room, and you open the window, and the breeze goes over the ice and cools your room.
well it
Solid-state cooling.
cools that air. Right? Wait. No, because you're not releasing cold. Where's the heat going? The heat is going into water. The heat is going into the water that was
right.
ice.
The heat is being transferred into the water. It's transferred into the ice, which is then turned into liquid water.
Yeah.
And then eventually
All
you have
the
a
warmth
pool
that
of
was
water.
taken out of the room
And that pool of
exists
water
in that water.
evaporates, cooling the space even more, and then when the water is gone, then it heats up again.
It's Louisiana State University Department of Physics, Professor Stadler, magnetocaloric materials.
Yeah.
Is LSU a big university, or?
Oh, heck yeah. They've got a great football team.
Experimental condensed matter physics. That's what he's interested in. Research is centered on the synthesis and characterization of bulk thin materials with an emphasis on
I don't
magnetic
know. Those
systems.
people in Louisiana believe in voodoo, so you never know.
So I don't know.
I mean,
So yeah, I really don't understand this concept well enough to comment on it. But
Yeah.
but the part that's kind of interesting is that, you know, I mean, if Patrick's talking about he's heard of this in terms of being something that's used to create heat, creating heat and removing cold, I mean, it's just energy transfer stuff at that point, right? If you're
Yeah.
creating heat out of the medium that you're cooling, which is what always you are doing when you're creating heat, you're pulling energy from somewhere else. So there's probably something to it.
I don't know.
I mean,
it
you
looked
guys
wait
have
for
never
the
heard
working
of
model.
induction cooktops?
Yeah, I have one.
Well,
Wait,
then
is that
that's
like a
basically what we're
downdraft?
talking
What is
about.
an induction? I have no idea.
So you use magnetic frequencies and you tune them to the material that you want to heat up, and it excites the electrons and creates heat.
Wow.
And
Pretty
so
awesome.
you have these stoves that will basically boil water in like 10 seconds. Well, maybe like 30 seconds, but yeah. So you don't have to wait like 5 minutes for it to heat up. It heats the pan directly as opposed to the burner conducting heat into the pan.
So
Or the gas heating the pan.
Yeah, I
can we
can
have
boil
this
water.
on Science Island?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in.
The problem is if you don't tune it correctly, it creates this horrible sound because it turns the pan into a speaker.
What?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I bought a induction cooktop once, and it was tuned improperly, and so it made this horrible screeching sound on all the pans I had on top of it. But it has to be a ferrite or it has to have iron in it for it to work because that's
found
what it's
it-
exciting.
I found it's almost really hard to cook with because it is fast. Like you can boil a huge pot of water in, like you said, 30 seconds or so, but it's almost too much power there for any sort of cooking unless you really know what you're doing. Like
Yeah,
I found,
instead of having like a smooth control knob where it's like almost infinite settings, there's like 10 settings.
yeah,
And
it's
to control
hard.
the heat, you basically just have to remove the pan from the cooktop.
Interesting. Can you accidentally tune it to like a necklace or an earring or a ring or
Anything that has iron in it.
So,
But you can
I
use,
think-
but they're like industrial ones they can use for basically any metal.
I think
Because
Justin's kind of.
all metals have, like, you can put a magnet through a copper pipe, and even though the copper pipe won't attract the magnet, it'll still go really slowly. So you can still melt copper with a magnetic pulse.
I think
They're
Justin's
good when you
thinking
have
torture
kids
device.
because they can't burn themselves.
Right.
if they put their
Yeah.
hand
So
on
as
the
soon as you
stovetop.
remove the pan from the cooktop is cold.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
You can put a paper towel below the pan, and it won't burn.
I do that all the time in case something boils over.
Oh, wait. I have seen this. I have seen this years and years ago when I was selling appliances. I recall this now because it was a cooktop that was like a glass cooktop.
Yep.
And the cool thing about it was, if like your cat, this is like the infomercial thing of our training on this, was like a cat could accidentally jump up and run across this thing and be completely unharmed. Yeah.
I
This has
prefer
been
the
around for a
cat
while
jump
then.
up on a real stove. But I'm just anti-cat.
I want a device that'll zap the cats as they're running across it. I don't want them hard. Pamela,
Yeah.
are you actually cold? You bundled up in your little animal suit there? Yanni was asking.
Yeah, winter's coming.
It's camouflage.
Winter is there. Or is it fall there?
It's fall, right?
No, yeah, it's autumn, yeah.
It's autumn.
That's my daughter's name, Autumn.
Is it? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, well, I'm not hot in wearing this, but I was thinking, I only got this yesterday, and I think this should be a uniform for Science Island because it's really comfortable.
It looks
Synthetics
too
are not allowed.
camouflagey.
That's what I was.
Well, you can get different patterns. I got camouflage because I figured I could use it as a private investigator as well. You know, get all
Ed
my money.
turned in his camouflage outfit years ago, and I've always refused to put one on. So
No, it's good for spying on people in, but it's just pajamas and it's really comfortable, and it's been really well thought out. Like it was only $40 Australian, right? But the zip goes right to the point, so you can pee standing up. You don't have to take it off. Like I can put my little cup in there. And
that is cheap. $40 Australian. I think that's $3.80 American.
Fuck
Isn't
you.
that the?
And no, but you could when it's cold. Because one of the things that I don't like about winter is, I mean, not that there's anyone around at the moment, but you can't have sex because it's too damn cold to take your clothes off. But you could leave this on, and the zipper goes to the right level.
So Pamela, I don't know how you've been doing it, but at least in American sex, heat gets generated pretty quickly.
You have to take it off in the first place.
I don't know what y'all are doing down there in Australia, but there isn't a temperature in which it's too cold. I mean, it can be too hot to have sex. I understand that.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah. It's like, everything's already gross and sticky and hot. I don't want you anywhere near me. But too cold? That kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it can be. I've been camping in sub-zero conditions, and yeah, I'm not taking my clothes off for anyone. But so if I had this camping, yeah, because you can just leave it on.
Can I admit that I've never been in a sub-zero? I don't think I've ever been in a sub-zero environment.
What about Greenland?
Greenland was in the mid-30 to mid-40 range the entire time I was there, the entire 6 weeks. And I was, by the end of it, acclimatized to where I could have my morning coffee in shorts outside.
So what's that in Celsius?
In Celsius, I believe that would be either
like 5
20 or 400. I don't have any idea what the Celsius scale is. I have no.
That'd be like
Ed
5
and I
to
were
10
chatting.
degrees.
Okay,
32
Ed and I
degrees
were
is
chatting.
where it freezes.
So
No.
32 is what? 32 is 0, is it?
Yes.
Because in Celsius, water freezes at 0.
Yeah. So it's above that. It's above your 32, or our 32 is above your 0. So yeah, I think Patrick's probably got a right estimate there, about 5 to 8, 9, somewhere in there.
Wow. Okay.
Wasn't bad. No, I was like in shorts and a t-shirt drinking my
Yeah,
morning coffee.
yeah.
I got
Fahrenheit?
used to that little nip of cold.
That's not that cold.
I've been down to minus 30, and I've been hiking.
Wow.
Mind you, I was in a ravine, and so there's very little wind. But
So did I ever tell you about my my hiking trip
14
to the glacier?
Yes.
I told you.
I don't know all that cold.
No, it's not true.
That wasn't enthusiastic yet,
Yes,
so I don't know.
Oh no! I've heard his stories lots of times.
She's heard all of my stories. But I didn't tell you this part of it, I don't think, because I just invented this part of it.
I've been on the Columbia Glacier, Banff National Park. I think it was up in Canada.
But I don't remember it. My dad
So I went on this hike with a bunch of people, and we were getting close to this glacier.
Okay.
And then at some point, everybody got tired of the hike and decided to head back. And I kept going. I
I've
went
heard this
solo,
story.
This is probably one of the stupider things I've ever done. I decided to continue the hike solo. And I'm going, and I remember there's one point where I saw this really weird hallucinogenic
Especially when you're
effect.
north of the, I forget what it's called.
Arctic.
I don't think
Way
he's
north
got
of
the
the
story
Arctic.
on
Arctic
that.
Circle, yeah. He was
This
north,
is
he was like the
an
only person
actual
north of the Arctic
count
Circle.
act, which is north of the
Yeah, but you
Connacht
can go any
base.
direction and head south.
So this is way, way far north, northern Greenland. I'm the northernmost civil, what do you call it, settled town in Greenland. And I'm going off, and I can see the glacier, so I keep going. There's ridge and another valley and another ridge and another. I'm going, and I'm walking along the ridges, and there's this one point that got really bizarre. I'm walking around along this knife edge ridge line, and it's all rocks. There's no vegetation. There's no dirt. It's just all rocks and ice. And the rocks are falling, and I'm getting this spiral effect in my peripheral. Everything's doing this. It's kind of like a vertigo thing. It's just all rock swirl. Everything's weird. I finally get up there. I finally reach this glacier, where this ice mass is receding or encroaching. I can't tell upon this rocky gravel beneath. And it's really awesome. I'm really proud. I'm walking along it, and I hear water running. I'm looking for this creek, and I realize then it's under me. It's under me by maybe a foot or two, but I'm walking on an ice sheet, and there's water flowing underneath this thing. And I'm picturing, that's going to break. I'm going to go in there and drown. I'm all alone. I've left my Inuit Sherpas behind long ago. They've all headed back to town. So I go up, and I'm climbing up there a little further, and I'm getting thirsty, and my canteen thing is run out, and so I'm breaking off some ice, and I'm, sucking on the ice, and I'm looking, and the sun's not going to go down. It's not like it's going to get dark on me. The sun doesn't go down. It's just going to be the next 6 months of sun. So I'm not worried about losing the sun, but it suddenly occurs to me, in the northernmost populated region of Greenland, I'm on that edge between, which all of Greenland isn't on that edge between, but this is even more on that edge between where people are and where polar bears have free reign. And I'm like, I don't even have like a Swiss Army knife on me, right? I don't got what's gonna happen if I see a polar bear? I'm gonna be a meal. I'm just a floppy seal that can't do nothing on this. I'm like done. So I started getting a little nervous. So I started making my way back, and then I'm going over the ridge, and the swirls are back, and all the gravel's doing this vertigo crazy thing again. And after, some hours, I make it back to the village, where everybody's apparently panicked. Because while they knew I was going to continue on my walk, I'd been gone and it's impossible to register time. When the sun doesn't go down or move, light doesn't change hardly at all. I was gone apparently like 4 hours. People got a little worried that something bad had happened to me. But that was the whole story. I didn't get eaten by a polar bear. That's how this.
Okay, Justin. Just make a little note.
At all.
That's Finland.
Men det var summertime.
But this was, the sun didn't go down at all, so I mean, it was always somewhat warm. It was always decently warm. It didn't get cold at all.
Coldest it's been in Australia is minus 23 degrees, Charlotte Pass, New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
I get cold places in Australia.
Yeah,
Jani, what's the coldest you've been?
Almost 40. Minus 40.
Celsius or Fahrenheit? Actually, that's probably about the same.
Celsius. No,
Actually, that would be the same. You're right, Patrick.
What's that?
That's where they meet. You're right. Minus 40 Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same temperature.
Yep.
Well, I've had frost on the inside of my tent. So. Yeah.
So I've been given my 10 or 20% battery warning, so I might cut out here any moment.
Yeah, I'm on 10%. I've got to plug mine back in.
What are you percenting
yeah,
on? Why are you people on batteries? What the heck?
I'm on my cell phone.
You don't have a charger cord? Like you forgot to pack it? Like you went somewhere without it?
Mine's
I don't
just
usually
over there.
have it with me unless I'm traveling.
Mine's just there.
I will have it with me tomorrow as I'm going on a plane, but I don't have it right now.
Mine's just there, but I can't reach it because I'm feeding.
But I'm actually intrigued. What are these devices that you're on? I didn't realize you were on portable type devices.
I'm on an iPhone 5.
This is your iPhone 5 that's doing this?
Yeah.
I like that your phone is going to die.
That's rather impressive. I had no idea.
Hey, if you since I'm on my phone, I can do a quick tour of Creator Space if you want.
Before the
Oh, he's still playing 2D chess, huh? I see. Huh.
Well, we're working on an LED cube. I want to do chess in the LED cube, but unfortunately it's only a 13 by 13 by 13, so it's not high enough resolution. Oh, now I've gotten down to 10%. So let's do this real quick. Let me do. Oh wait, where'd my camera go? Oh, darn it.
You're good. We see you.
Oh, you still see me? All right.
Yep.
So this is the front room. This is the hangout-ish area.
What?
There's the microwave.
There's
There's the computer. I don't know. This is our webcam that tells us when people come in and out of the space, so that we can track who stole stuff. This is Scott.
Hi,
He's our
Scott.
secretary. He takes care of things. Here's the hacked Wii and a projector that goes onto that wall. Then we come into here, and this is our garage area. I built this shelf because we needed stuff to put stuff on. Wood collection, metal collection, old door. We got a 20-ton press. We got a belt sander that's really crappy. We got a horribly dangerous radial arm saw, dust collector, table saw that I'm working on, building a new table holder thingy so it's not as dusty. Bandsaw, engine mount spinny thingy, drill press, fridge, storage for everybody's projects, and many crappy things. Then we have ourselves a Craftsman lathe that is slightly broken, a shear and brake that is slightly broken, another lathe that is, I think it works, but it's probably slightly broken. Then we have a custom rebuilt claw thing that I'm told if we turn it on will light on fire, so we're not turning it on. Then we have some table on the legs with a little shelf in here for computers and whatnot. And then you come around here and you have this cool little monitor I built that swings up into here and actually latches in there when it's not in use. Let's see, we got a bunch of electrical equipment, machinery things here for testing stuff. We got a big parts shelf for resistors and electronic components, and many other things. A bunch of miscellaneous junk down here. We're building a foundry with this stuff and that stuff. Here's a bunch of computers we rebuilt in the last couple weeks. Then we have the main workbench, which I'm putting some wheels on so you can flip this thing up. You flip this up, and this it's pushed down, and it pops it up on wheels, but I have the leverage wrong, so I have to rebuild it. Here's someone who's trying to do science, quote-unquote, with this little microbiome thing here, but he's got a leak on it, so he's got to really start over, which he's going to do in here eventually. And now I come over here, which is this will be the kitchen eventually when we get the stupid plug hooked up. Because they cut this, there's a room over here, they cut it off, they didn't reroute the plug to the electrical over here, so we have to get our permit first before we can actually hook it up. Yeah, this is the space, this is what we got. Eventually there will be a deck in here by using these shelves for the thing, but that's, yeah, so, oh, this is our project board.
Wow.
Eventually we'll do, hopefully, everything on here. Probably not, maybe, we'll see. What do we got here? We got, tools that we want. We want a 3D router, 3D printer, mill, hot wire foam cutter, forge and foundry, solar forge, laser cutter, vacuum form, router, cordless drill. Then we have a scale model of the ISS with real-time telemetry that actually moves the ISS according to where it's actually at. Twitter bot with MIDI, ambient space thing, so like when it detects how many people are in the space and then the lights dim and then music starts playing and you have a party mode when it reaches critical mass. We're trying to do a zero waste thing. That's more Scott's thing. It's kind of, it's here or there. We want to make some a welding table, an LED cube, which is being built in progress, Raspberry cams, which we've already got, hacker toys for tots, not quite sure what that is, but we'll figure it out, robot tool helper, kind of like an Iron Man, an art car, MAME cabinet, which is being worked on right now, deck, we'll probably be working on that in like another month or two. And we need a speaker system so we can have some awesome parties and stuff. Yeah, that's what we're working on.
That's super awesome. Thank you for the tour.
This is part of the LED cube.
The creepiest art car I ever saw had children's shoes super glued all over it.
Yeah, that happens. But my battery's almost dead, so I might just cut out here. But
thanks for the tour, Patrick. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Dale. See you next week. Hopefully with the same head you have right now.
We'll see. If you see a dog head, I won't be able to speak very well, but I'll be a good listener.
You could probably do that just with the Google Hangout tool thingies.
All right, or I could.
You wouldn't have to do it biologically. You could do it virtually.
I'll flip the dice and see what happens.
And Dale, if you don't mind, if you're gonna get rid of that head, put it on ice and send it to me. I might add it to my own. I mean, I hear 2 heads are better than 1. I might give it a shot.
That's cool. I will do that. Later, folks. Bye bye.
Justin, you had to say that. I spent my entire childhood with a friend named Ed, and all I heard was 2 Eds are better than 1.
Have you ever seen the show Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
Good night, Patrick.
Hey, Patrick.
Yes, Iceland, crater space.
Good night, Pamela.
Pamela's gone?
Are we all leaving? I thought we were all leaving.
I think Dale was just leaving.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all saying goodbye. All right.
I was saying goodbye to Dale.
All right, never mind. Never mind, Pamela.
I'm just getting my boob back out because she's awake again and wants more.
Patrick, have you ever built anything with a 3D printer?
I used to own one, but they're so finicky that I sold it. They're a lot better now, but they're still a pain in the butt to work with.
Yeah, this is a lot of water coming.
Yeah, I'm not yet excited about the 3D printer. I haven't figured out anything I would want to need to print.
There is a lot of prototyping you can do with them. Tell you what, I'm going to turn my webcam off so I save some battery.
Yeah, that's fine. I just can't think of anything that I would really need printed or made out of plastic or fused, melted iron, layered, whatever's kilned. I just can't picture it yet.
Yeah, it's for toys as far as well, it's not for toys. You have to know what you're doing, obviously. There's places where you can get the diagrams, the designs for almost anything. And then it comes down to the material. The only material I could easily get, I think, would be plastic.
That's it.
You know, all kinds of materials.
So here's what I can most picture, Ed. I can most picture like the use of the highest and best use I could picture for a 3D printer on Science Island would be like, oh, we need another PVC elbow joint, and we just used our last one, and it's 30 miles to the nearest Home Depot. Yeah, let's just print one. I can't really. I'm not there yet with needing one. It's not a gotta have thing.
Really printing science has the houses.
What's that? Hang on, say it again.
Really print Science Iceland house.
The house, the entire house, but I don't want a house made out of plastic.
You can use other materials. It doesn't have to be plastic. It's any. I think it doesn't have to be any material that you can melt and reshape.
Build a 3D printer that could build something as structurally sound as I would want it. I just like the good old-fashioned, At this point, I'm kind of sold on the interior structure being shipping containers. Pretty impressive that you can stack these things like a dozen high or whatever they do, and fill them full of shit, and, you know, stacked one full thing on top of another full thing on top of another full thing, the one at the bottom doesn't implode. Seems like that's a pretty solid structure. I'm pretty stoked on that.
Yeah, I agree. It's
It would
a
cost
good way of
less.
building a, you know, like you say, quick living space that's very solid.
Yeah. And I love the idea of overbuilding. Like, I would want steel I-beams to be randomly thrown into any design to add more structural support, just because I like the idea of that.
I guess that
Not
would
even
be
if it's
about the
necessary.
easiest. If you want to go to 2, 3, 4 stories, that would be the easiest.
Yeah.
Just like Legos or something. That's basically what you're doing.
Yeah, and there's a childhood hero of mine, believe this or not. This is what I wanted to do as a child, was Frank Lloyd Wright. And Frank Lloyd Wright had this one house design where the other workers on it refused to build it without columns underneath the support. He had this house, it was like the water house, or I can't remember which one it was, but it had this massive outcropping that overlooked a creek, I think. But it was like a large balcony that stuck way out. But he had the leverage of everything right. He knew what he was doing. So this thing looks like it's hanging out precariously away from the house. The workers were afraid, so he's like, "Don't worry, just put these wooden beams, support beams out there." So they built this outcropping balcony with these support beams underneath it. And once they were finished with the construction and everything else was done, Frank went out there and chopped them down. Or sawed them off. He just cut away the support beams because they were absolutely unnecessary, because he'd overbuilt the thing so that the leverage and weight of the rest of the structure would support it completely. And of course it stayed up. It didn't fall. But I do like the idea of making everything beyond reproach from a structural stability sort of perspective.
But a shipping container is going to pretty much pass any building inspector, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, structurally, yes. I mean, the thing that you're going to need your building inspectors for is where you're putting a hot water heater, where you're running the electricity, how that's been installed, all that kind of stuff. They always have to check off on all that stuff, which I actually don't have any kind of problem with whatsoever. I think that there's a reason why, you know, you can have a major earthquake in San Francisco and Los Angeles and maybe a dozen people die. Whereas you have a smaller earthquake hit Iran, rural China, Pakistan, and the death count is in the tens of thousands. Because of building codes.
As long as you're not talking about something cosmetic, I'd like excuse me. Your building inspector, the inspector is going to come in, he's going to tell you what's wrong. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not talking about like a homeowners organization. It's like, I'm sorry, we can see your drapes from the street and they're the wrong color of off-white or cream.
Yeah, our drapes have to have a white liner. It has to be a white liner for the drapes.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. I've got a big screen window over here, sliding door, but I have to have a white liner across the drapes on the
so there's a guy I worked with who put a redwood gazebo in his backyard. And it was off of an approved design from the homeowners organization, right? It was an approved design for this little gazebo, a little, place to sit in the backyard with had a little roof thing to it, just a little whatever enclosed. It's a gazebo. If you don't know what a gazebo is, you got to Google it.
Yeah.
Redwood, beautiful. He loved it. He got a letter from his homeowners organization telling him he was going to be fined, whatever X amount of dollars for every day or week or whatever that the thing wasn't painted. This is in his backyard. He made the thing out of redwood, which is beautiful by itself, and they're telling him he's got to paint it. And not just paint it, but he's got to paint it XYZ color. It's insane that people can tolerate this and live like this. It's insane. I don't understand it at all.
That's why you do have to know what the codes are, and which is why, unfortunately, you'd probably have to have a lawyer. But even here, our association manual, I don't know, it's about that thick. I guarantee you maybe 10% of the people living here know what's in it. I was on the board of directors. I know most of what was in it. And things like you can't put clothes out on the deck. You can't dry clothes out on the deck. You can't, if you want to have a barbecue, right? You can't bring the barbecue through the apartments. You can have it on the deck. Once you get it on the deck, you're okay. But the regulation doesn't say you can't have it on the deck. It says you can't bring it through the apartment.
So you have to, okay, well, that's simple. So you hire a crane.
Yeah, that's it.
You lift the thing.
You got a couple of friends, and you know,
balcony.
they hand it up and you put it on. As long as you got it on the deck, they don't care.
Nuts.
Oh yeah, that's.
There's a guy that, you know, and obviously, unfortunately,
Nazi
out.
Vector people.
He showed up at because the CCRs of his community were so restrictive. He actually showed up at the homeowners organization meeting and shot some people, which I don't condone, is really horrible. But the precursor that set this off was one of his things, one of his traditions, what his father did, what he wanted to do when he bought his home, took pride in mowing the lawn. This is just a thing for him, maintaining a nice lawn. And this is a story where it's not like the guy wanted to grow vegetables on his front lawn and that wasn't it. He didn't rock it over, that wasn't it. He took pride in his lawn and wanted to mow his own lawn. Apparently the CCRs required him to hire or pay for the community gardener to do his lawn. And he said, okay, look, I'll pay into the gardening fund. The guy can, the pool of money can get my money for mowing all the lawns, but I'll still do my own lawn. They wouldn't let him. In fact, because they had this CCR, while he was out there in front of the lawn, and this was videotaped, this part of it was videotaped, they brought the sheriff's department that was enforcing this ordinance and telling him to go inside his home, ordering him inside his house while the gardener, the community gardener, mowed his lawn and refused to let him. And this guy just snapped after this event, shows up with the gun and shoots a bunch of people, which is horribly, terrible, awful. But look, at what point are you maintaining the integrity of a neighborhood versus just straight fucking with somebody?
That's
In their
that's
home.
power. You
Yeah,
give people power like that, and the problem is nobody wants to go on the board or anything. So the people that go on the board are the people
The
who
ones who want to use the power. Yeah.
And now they got the power, and that's
Yeah.
exactly they're gonna fuck with you.
Yeah.
Mike in the chat area has given us a link to. This is Frank Lloyd Wright gas station. I guess I'm looking at that, where you got the hangover thing.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's not the thing I was thinking of, but that's pretty awesome. I was unaware of this gas station. Thank you for sharing this.
This is in, I don't know where it is, Frank Lloyd Wright gas station. I didn't realize he designed a gas station, but that is.
No, but see that big pillar? I bet you could knock it out and that thing would still stand.
Probably. The falling water house.
Okay,
But actually there, it is over
This is
a.
the one. This is the one I was thinking of. So that big outcropping over the waterfall,
Yeah.
that's the thing that the workers wouldn't let stand. Wouldn't build without the braces underneath. You had to put the braces underneath because they thought because that's a whole living space in there. And the workers who were building the house thought that would not stand.
Mm-hmm.
So he let them build the support bracing for it, and then they built their whole thing, and then he went and tore down the bracing.
You ever see one of the great home building movies of all time? Mr. Blanding builds his dream house.
No.
That's fantastic. It's a 1950s movie. Cary Grant plays an advertising executive. I forget, Myrtle Loy maybe, or somebody plays his wife, and he decides he's going to build his dream house in Connecticut. And now he's rural. These are rural Connecticut people that he hires. It's really funny because you have he hires a guy to build a well for water, and the guy is drilling, and he's drilling, and he's not hitting any water. Oh, I don't know. So he goes hires somebody to put the foundation. The guy goes down about 20 foot and hits water. Where he wanted to put the foundation. And then there's another scene where he's in the house, and he's going to prove he wants to make the decision. He doesn't want the house builder to make all the decisions. So the house builder says, "Okay, I want to put the thingamajig something or other, and do you want to have it rabbited certain way or different way?" He said, "I want it rabbited this way." The guy says, "Okay, tear out all those other ones," and you hear rip, rip, rip. That's a funny movie.
Mr. Blandy, did you say?
Let me see if I can find it. Mr. Blanding.
Mr. Blanding house?
Builds his dream house.
Okay, here we go. All right, I'll have to check
that is a great movie, 1948. They don't make them like this anymore. Yeah, it's Cary Grant and Myrtle Loy. It's funny. He spends almost the whole movie trying to think up a jingle or something. And of course he has a black housemaid. And she's the one who comes up with the idea. He says he's doing like 6 months, and she comes up with the idea, which he of course
steals immediately. Yeah. Without any hesitation.
Oh, absolutely not.
Afterthought to sharing or crediting the idea.
I did here's another little science thing I wanted to put on because it's a rant of mine. That word tradition. Getting people to do something because it's a tradition. It's in itself absolutely stupid. Now I can understand people like Blair's family. Okay, they want to maintain the cultural traditions of their family. Okay, I get that. I get that. But when you're using tradition, when your decision is, I'm going to do this thing because that's the way it's always been done. And there's just one little blurb here.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll just add to that. Some traditions are ancient and some are not as ancient. I mean, the Blair family Christmas tree was decorated much nicer than mine was.
Go ahead.
And that Christmas tree, as many people allude to often, was grabbed from a solstice-y pagan god homage thing. It wasn't there were no pine trees in Jerusalem. The only connection Jesus has to any tree are the timbers he was nailed to. Right? Like, this isn't like a big Middle Eastern thing. So it was obviously this European pagan god that was taking root in Rome when we were adding Christianity to the many other religions that were prevalent there, and Constantine turned it into the cross into the the symbol of war and victory. Like this all of our traditions. And you know who would totally agree? You know who you sounded like right there, Ed? Nietzsche. You sounded like Nietzsche. Nietzsche spent a lot of time talking about tradition. Like, what is actually, why are we exercising? What is the repetition of this? What do we gain from this? And what are we losing from doing this repetitive thing where we know we're engaged in tradition, but as soon as it's tradition and we're doing it to carry on this act that others in the past have done, don't we each time get further from the meaning of whatever the act symbolized in the first place? And of course we do. Of course we do.
Let me read this one paragraph that says, we discovered that two separate simple psychological mechanisms, the copying of others' behavior and the rewarding properties of avoiding danger, together forms a potent force that helps explain how we can create and maintain norms and traditions. So it's a fear factor, I think, is a large part of it. You know, this is the way we've been always doing things, and you don't want to change. I mean, it was good enough for your grandparents or whatever. And I think fear is a large part of it.
Yeah, some of it is. I think most tradition comes about by there's something nice about it. Okay, so one of the things Denmark has their two traditions. One of them is around Christmas, and this is the most dangerous freaking tradition I've ever seen. But on the Danish Christmas tree,
Yeah.
they have candle holders, and they light these freaking little candles on this thing. You got this tree that may be dry at this point, that you're actually not just forget putting Christmas lights on the tree. They're lighting candles on the tree. This looked like the most dangerous suicidal act I've ever seen. But every year they do this on Christmas Eve, and then sing, 3 or 4 of the same songs as they dance around, everybody holds hands and dances sort of around, walks around the tree singing these songs. Now, to me, I thought this tradition was pretty awesome because it was just a fun, silly, and dangerous at the same time thing to do. Another apparent tradition is on New Year's to stand on a couch or a bed or something, and as the clock turns to midnight, jump off of the couch or the chair or whatever it is. So you're like jumping out of the old year into the new year. You're leaping into the new year. You're literally jumping into it. And I thought that was a pretty cool thing, right? That was
Wasn't there a tradition? I don't know if it comes from South America or Mexico, but it was in some of the neighborhoods, I think in California, Latino, where maybe it was New Year's Day, people run outside and start shooting off guns.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, that is very much. When I lived in the heavily Hispanic part of Los Angeles, that was New Year's. It sounded like a war had just broken out. Pop, 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 pop. People shooting firearms off. Ridiculous. But, tradition's a tradition, and, it's sort of, there's something about the tradition on a yearly basis, where it's sort of like you're saying to the time, to the imprint of time, to this whole vastness of time and space, that you've located yourself in another point you've identified as that year later, where you're like, still here, bam, pop, pop, jumping off the couch, whatever it is. You're doing your act of, I'm still in it, I'm still with it, I'm continuing, can't stop me, I'm going to jump off this couch every year for the rest of my life. Which I kind of get. But Nietzsche's version of it, though, what he was explaining is, most of traditions are dead. Most traditions are completely dead and removed from their original meaning, from their original purpose.
Oh, okay.
And this is one of the things that really attracted me about supposedly talking about Sufism, but Idries Shah. I have to say Idries Shah's version of Sufism, because it was a very English westernized, European westernized version of this, ancient Middle Eastern Afghani sect. that predates Islam. But one of the things they point out is that, and make a very big issue of, or at least he made very big issue of in his teachings of Sufism, was that all traditions are useless. They always have, there's a place and time where you have somebody who's attuned enough to teaching, to say that this group of students, I now have this opportunity to teach this lesson because of the course of events. I can't just teach this lesson anytime I choose. I have to wait till the course of events are right for me to teach this lesson. But if you tried to teach this lesson the way I taught this lesson with a different group of people in a different place, it wouldn't work. And one of the stories they use is that donkey, right? The donkey they load the donkey up with salt. And it's a really hot day, and they're walking the donkey to town. And halfway to town, the donkey has to cross a stream. And the water feels so nice on the donkey's legs on this hot day with this heavy burden of salt that it sort of sits down in the creek. And, of course, the water rushes up, hits the salt, dissolves it, and moments later, the donkey's burden is gone, too. Not only has it been cooled off by the creek, but now the burden is gone. So this worked out great. So the next time he's going to town with his heavy burden, he's crossing that same creek, and it feels nice and cool. So he sits down again, only this time the donkey's carrying wool. So what happens is the wool soaks up, becomes heavy, and pulls the donkey down into the creek, and the donkey drowns. That's what a tradition is. If you're just repeating the same act, or irrespective of the circumstance you're in, it's meaningless and perhaps even dangerous.
Yeah, the only question is this particular act the right act or the wrong act? Doesn't make a bit of difference how it was done before. Right. Everything has to, what is this? What does Pamela have? Pamela's got some sort of, what the heck is that? A hand puppet thing?
Pig finger puppets.
Hey, finger puppets. Is this your birthday?
The 4 little piggies. 5 little piggies? How many little piggies do you have? Wait, hang on. Wait, that one little piggy went to market. That little piggy stayed home. That little piggy had roast beef. The other little piggy's a vegan. They had none. And that little piggy went wee all the way home. Is that what it is?
Look, it had cookies, not roast beef. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. Go on.
Go ahead.
Puppet. So this little piggy went to market. Little piggy stayed home. This little piggy had cookies, this little piggy had fun, and then this little piggy said wee all the way home.
So there's a tradition.
Yeah, Pamela, are you going to teach your Chelsea any traditions carried over from when you were growing up?
No, not really. I can't think of any.
What's an Australian tradition? You're a fairly young country.
Yeah.
The Aborigines must have had them.
Yeah, I'm not Indigenous, so I don't. I mean, I get invited to some things, but a lot of things are really closed off, which is fine. Wow, I look really ignorant right now.
Let me guess. Drinking? Drinking's an Australian tradition?
No, it's not.
Foster's?
No, I mean,
How do you say Australian in beer?
no one drinks. You can't even buy Foster's here. No one drinks Foster's.
They don't even have it. This is the amazing thing. World, if you're listening, Australians have never even heard of Foster's beer before. It doesn't even exist there.
I saw it in Singapore, which I thought was funny.
But not in Australia. That's amazing. I'll be right.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say traditions. So no, we have all the same ones because we're an English colony as well. You know, so you have your Christmas and all that crap, but I'm not going to be passing all that on.
Chelsea is going to be 1 year old when, or is she already?
She turned 1 11 days ago. Yeah. So she's 1. So okay, that's a tradition. We had birthday cake. And my niece came to visit. We had a little birthday party with candles and presents. This is one of her presents. And, yeah.
They had a birthday party that with Chelsea.
Yeah.
That must have been fun.
Yeah. She's so funny. She kept. She doesn't do it with just me. I've never seen her do it before, but we had people here, and she sort of kept running around the corner and coming back and giggling, and running around the corner and coming back and giggling. So she was kind of playing peekaboo with people.
Now she seems to be a very, very happy baby. Now you made that claim when you were going across and traveling. She was pretty much screaming her head off all the time. But
what? No.
You said when you were traveling home after being in the UK and Switzerland, you said that she was teething, I thought, and she was doing a lot of screaming.
No, the first week of, so we got back in the last week of December, and she was teething the first week of January terribly, and I was glad that didn't happen while we were traveling. But yeah, the first week of January was a bad week teeth-wise. But no, she travels really well.
Yanni's got his traditional Star Wars. There's a tradition for you. It was a little Star Wars R2-D2.
I know, I was thinking, hey, I watched the trailer for the new Star Wars, and I thought, wow, I'm going to be able to share all this with Chelsea and see it through her eyes for the first time again. Actually, traditions. So what I was thinking when you guys were having that conversation was when we were in Switzerland, or in Geneva specifically, because Geneva wasn't always part of Switzerland. And there's a tradition where Geneva, I don't know the whole story. I went to the parade and everything. You can look it up, I suppose. But when Geneva was defending itself from being taken over, because Italy and France were fighting over it, but Geneva ended up voluntarily becoming a part of Switzerland. Anyway, but during 500 years ago, whatever, part of the tradition, the women to fight the people entering Geneva illegally, they were throwing hot soup out on the enemies and burning them and stuff, and knocking them off their horses. And now, to signify that part of the tradition, they use chocolate pots shaped like soup pots, and they have chocolate inside shaped like vegetables to look like pieces of soup. And you have a gathering, and the youngest person and the oldest person at the gathering, like, you can't play with the tablet. It costs more than you did to make. Yes. Anyway, so the tradition is the youngest and the oldest break the chocolate pots open to release the vegetables and that. And another fellow was there, and he was the oldest, and Chelsea was the youngest. So Chelsea got to be involved in that tradition in Geneva, and he broke the pots open with her bottom. It was clean. She had a nappy on and everything. So she sat on the pots on the table to break them up. So that was a tradition we were involved in. And like I said, we went to Hanukkah in Switzerland as well with a Jewish family for the first. So that was my first Hanukkah as well. And so it's nice to get involved with these traditions and see what other people do. But when you ask me what I'm going to pass on specifically, I can't say that I'm going to go, that I would say, well, we'll do this and this and this, because I plan on keeping traveling with her. So I think we'll just, keep involving ourselves in traditions around the world with family and friends, but there's none that I would really...
traditions can tell you, tell you about a culture. You go to a different country, they have some traditions, so that helps you learn about the culture.
Yeah, it does, yeah. But there's none that I would say, oh, no, we have to have this in our household or it's not home or something like that. I can't, I don't have a Christmas tree or anything like that.
Yeah, the main thing I'm thinking about, really, in the United States, where you have what are called conservative politicians, strict constructionists maybe are what they're called, where they believe in interpreting the Constitution as it was written.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Ed, they don't believe in anything. They're just fucking liars. Can I say we're in safe harbor, right?
Yes.
They're just fucking liars. They are the lobbyists disguised as politicians at this point. This is what the GOP has become. They're all bullshit. They're all liars. They don't believe in a goddamn thing. They're like lawyers, lobbyist lawyers. They're like they remind me more. Their arguments remind me more of of like the arguments the lawyer for somebody like Aaron Hernandez, who got busted for for murder, and is caught on videotape before and after with hiding evidence, doing all the things at the scene, and none of his story matched up. But they're defending the hell out of the guy because it's their job to do it. It's their job to mislead and manipulate the evidence to try to get their client off scot-free. This is what the GOP has been reduced to. All of the arguments of the GOP have nothing to do with facts. They have to do with there's two things that they have two objectives. One is get elected. Two is to create legislation that benefits the top 1% of their base. The rest of it is all, as Jon Stewart so eloquently put it, bullshit mountain.
One thing I want to mention is that the Democrats have got a lot of 1%ers behind them as well.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't just like the Republicans are the only one that are getting support from rich people. Democrats are getting.
Yeah.
I mean, Obama outraised. I forget. The other guy, the last election, he raised $8, $10, $20 billion. A lot of money behind Democrats.
But still, yeah.
It was.
Yeah. So and there's this coalition
actually,
of multimillionaires or once were millionaires who are voting to have their who are lobbying to have their taxes raised. But they're not the military-industrial complex. They're not the ones who are going to be financing the congressman here, the senator there's campaign so that they can get the funding. Like this is the sad state that our politics have taken in this country. Where the big who was the big donor behind? Oh, what's his name? Is it Scott Walker? Is he the Michigan guy? And
I know the Cook brothers are behind it. People.
Oh yeah, but Scott Walker's also got as well. No, maybe.
No. Your mic is dead. I cannot hear you. I can't hear you, Justin. And I'm not seeing the little lines. Pamela, can you hear Justin?
Nope.
Okay.
Right on.
No.
Not yet.
No, not
I
yet.
can't hear him. Just while we're waiting for him to fix his mic, friend, you just reminded me before of a.
See, you mentioned the Republicans, and they just go in there and they take care of your mic.
He reminded me of an.
So what I was saying was.
Can I just tell? I had something advancement for a lawyer. You reminded me of it, and it said, "Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty." Anyway.
Right. So no, I guess my overarching point though is that the GOP leadership is now completely filled with lobbyists, basically. They're shills. They don't have an agenda or a belief or a desire to help the country in any way whatsoever. Now, the problem on the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party is sort of a giant catch-all of people who are dedicated usually to, at the most, 3 out of the 50 ideologies that the left wing represents. And so we always, amongst ourselves, will have a smattering of applause for anything that's put forward. But for the right wing, the issues are such BS that and the intriguing thing is that their primary process has become so right-wing nutjobby in its ability to put somebody forward to the national election. I don't think that they can win another national election. I actually think that regardless of who the left runs, they're going to seem completely sane compared to all of the hoops, the right-wing hoops, that they're going to have to jump through on the other side. Because it's gotten so just ugly. Now I'm a big fan of the old school conservatives. The William Buckley, right? William F. Buckley Jr. Is that his full name? I'm not even sure.
That's his full name.
Right. This is the kind of cat who would hold these sort of roundtable discussions on issues.
Have you ever tried to read God and Man at Yale? First
He would hold these
paragraph, and
roundtable
then I have no idea what he's talking about.
Well, so yeah.
Amazing use of language, though.
He does
Amazing.
talk a little bit through his teeth at times. Like, right? And he does a little of that. He's old school.
It's
But
just
this was
he
actually,
uses
I mean, I
beautiful
remember.
language, but it's words that, not many other people besides him know what they mean.
Okay, but exceedingly eloquent, and this is a
Yeah.
guy that I remember, like, this is my stupid Kennedy-esque political family upbringing. This is the kind of stuff I remember watching when I was like 6, 7 years old. Like, when other kids were watching Gilligan's Island, I was watching Buckley have these roundtable discussions with, he'd have everybody and anybody on there, left wing, right wing, and they'd throw out these topics and they'd discuss them, and they'd have both points of view. But it was a very secular, at the time, conservative party that was focused on fiscal issues and, lobbying for more sort of corporate freedoms and warning against the ills of too much socialism. But on the other hand, they weren't into anybody's. They weren't focused on your marriage. They weren't focused on the Jesus thing. They weren't focused on all the smoke and mirrors that Bullshit Mountain has created, but also still to this day doesn't believe in. But has just decided, to me, in a really crass way, to exploit the ignorant who will vote for them for the agenda of those who will actually pay them.
I agree with you completely that I doubt they'll be able to elect a president because, as you say, during the primary process, it's the right wing that is able to get enough support. But I think a part of that is a lot of voters are disgruntled with both the Republican and the Democratic Party. There isn't a really, like the Democratic Party, there isn't, I don't think, a really strong base that's going to automatically go out there and vote for whoever the Democrat is.
Yeah.
That first time Obama got elected, I saw that enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Second time, forget about it. It's gone. So it's a consequence of not having a lot of confidence in either party, which allows, and then a lot of people not voting, which allows that vocal minority to gain control out of proportion to their numbers, which works with one party, but is not going to work with the whole nation the nation as a whole.
Yeah. And my fear is there isn't anybody bombastic enough on the left to really get the election.
Well,
So,
okay.
I mean,
Our friend Hillary Clinton.
yeah.
Are the Democrats going to be able to come up with any other candidate besides Hillary Clinton?
Yeah. I love the fact that the best choice for the left is a center-right politically. That's just horrible. This means that this means that the agenda on the right has been exceedingly successful, that they've pushed the center so far right that Hillary Clinton can look like a liberal. It's freaking ridiculous. Like, this is a young Republican in my mind. Like, this to me is not somebody who I would want to be running for.
Clinton was pro-business, absolutely pro-business.
Oh, yeah, she was a Walmart exec.
Her husband.
No, in college she was a young Republican.
Yeah.
Like, this is not somebody who represents my ideology, right? The only lefties out there who I would really vote for president aren't running. And the only two that really pop to mind who are already currently in office, Elizabeth Warren and oh shoot, what's his name in Al Franken in Minnesota.
Al Franken.
I'm
not so sure about Al Franken.
No. Al Franken is absolutely the most intelligent solid left ideology, and intellectually so. Not just on the surface, not just hitting those topics that are going to ring with the base, but actually thinking it through and able to. I would take in a debate forum, I would take Al Franken against absolutely anybody on the left and right, and know that he's the guy that would.
If you take a minister. And I'm thinking, who the heck was the minister? Oh, maybe 20 years ago. It wasn't Martin Luther King, obviously, but it was somebody after that. And I can't. He was from Georgia, and I can't think of his name. But in the debate, he spoke so eloquently because he was a minister.
Yeah.
He had that particular style of speech. Even Obama, really, he's fairly eloquent. I don't know that he's the intellectual that Al Franklin is, but
So here's how I know Al Franken would be my guy.
okay.
He had a radio show, and
Okay.
it was on Air America Radio, and this is before he ran.
Okay.
Air America Radio, and it was 4 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was during the Bush administration, and it was in the lead up to the war in the Gulf and through the war in the Gulf and all of it. And there was more interviews that had real questions and real answers and real insights and real dialogue than in anything I had ever seen before in any media whatsoever, bar none. Like, there was I was so impressed. I mean, literally, Al Franken is the reason I wanted to do something in radio. He was my inspiration to do, to even get involved in This Week in Science. Really, this was the touchstone. This was the one that, like, so impressed with the work he did on the show, infusing humor with the politics before the Daily Show really got it going. Even, you know, this was the Daily Show before the Daily Show, and it wasn't an hour a night or a half hour a night. It was 4 hours a day, every day. And if you C-SPAN and look for Al Franken and watch the conversations he gets involved in there, they're informed. This is the only informed questioner speaker that you'll come across who shows up with the actual data in hand and having read it and understood it and able to converse it. So he would be my candidate. He's not running. Elizabeth Warren fought more fervently for the American people during the whole bank bailout fiasco scenario than anybody else. Bar them, and I got to go back, and I mean, the only guy I've ever voted for president who lost was Ralph Nader. And I voted for him a few times. He's the only person I've ever donated money to on a campaign, too.
What state is Al Franklin from? Minnesota? Minnesota, okay. Now let's see. Al Franklin. And I've got my favorite. It's called On the Issues, and it shows where every candidate is on the issues. He opposed the $70 billion rescue package, saying it only helps Wall Street.
Yep. Agree.
Well, he wants a fully funded Veterans Administration. That's kind of a no-brainer.
Well, but heavily contested, right? Ed? That wasn't a no-brainer. People were fighting against that. I agree. Republicans were holding up the funding to get the frickin' pipeline built.
Okay. Don't see too much I disagree with him here. I'll give you the link. Throw the link in the chat area.
Wow. Where is snowing?
Snowing.
Al Franken's probably the only candidate I could think of who I know that I would be voting for.
Okay, what do we got here?
Not against the other guy.
He had to apologize for comic routines that offended women. Okay. He had to apologize for stigmatizing hemophiliacs. Well, okay, he was on a comic show, so that's no big deal. Let's see, enforced against. Okay, well, he's good on the civil rights issues. ridicules imprisoning drug abusers and maximum sentences. On the drug deal, okay. Education. $5,000 tax credit to help people pay for college.
Solid.
Ideas for education. Let them tell me the details. Fight to end unfunded mandates on education. Okay, in principle, anytime when the government says we're going to do something, it also has to say where we're going to get the money to do that thing.
Well, right, but it's also it's also like, okay, you can he's in this one he's focusing on they're gonna score political points by saying we want to fund an education on this, or no, we want to support education on this, but they vote to support it, but don't put any dollars whatsoever behind it, so that they can say I supported science education in schools. You supported the thing that says you support it. That was the statement of support, but there was no money behind it. So he's saying if you're going to make some sort of mandate on education, you also have to fund it. You also have to pay for it.
Okay. Here's the most recent one here in October of 2014. Delay. He doesn't say stop, but he says delay the Keystone Pipeline, but if built, use American steel.
Yeah, because not only do they want to use Chinese steel to build the thing, they also wanted to, the idea was this was going to be export shale oil to China, which this whole thing is like a moot point now. Like the price of oil is so far down in the basement, this thing doesn't even make sense to build at this point.
Okay, delay pipeline. Here's Franken acknowledged that he voted to not circumvent the regulatory process, but said he also voted for a proposal that would ensure that the pipeline, if it's built, would be done with American steel. So I think he seems to be talking about Minnesota jobs. He will fight for Minnesota jobs. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't really say he's opposed to the Keystone Pipeline.
Well, he is, and I mean, publicly he's talked against it. I don't know why it didn't show up here, but he has publicly talked against it. But by creating caveats,
he's making political statements here. I think he's trying to appease Minnesota job workers.
Maybe, but part of that also though is if they write in stipulations like you have to use American steel, then those who are building the pipeline are forced to object to that. And he's kind of catching him in a little bit of a trap, because then those who are saying this is about American jobs have to reject the idea that they're going to use American steel because they could do it cheaper with China-made steel, right? And then they're stuck. They can't say, they can't agree to it, right? Because they want to do it as cheap as possible because it's a corporate activity and it has nothing to do with building jobs or wealth in America. So they have to then come out on record saying, I mean, imagine that, those for the pipeline saying, no, we refuse this amendment that says we have to use American steel. It's a poison pill kind of a thing, right? He's created an objection that they can't get around, right? Brilliant. This is what I'm talking about, though. This is the sort of brilliant mind at work here, where no problem with the pipeline. Of course you're going to use American steel, right? What? Right? Like, well, we can't sign off on that because, of course, our plan was to do it much cheaper with foreign-made steel, right? So,
most of the things I see here, actually, I do agree with them.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about supporting the International Criminal Court, prohibiting torture and interrogation, go along with the Geneva Convention.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the stuff I see here, I actually do agree with him. I think I could vote for this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And aside from what he looks like on paper, Ed,
mm-hmm.
If you do go through and look at some of the C-SPAN
Mm-hmm.
If you Google in the C-SPAN Al Franken, you'll find that when he talks about subjects, he's doing so without simple focus on the buzzword support, base support, that sort of thing. He's actually spent a stupid amount of time researching the subject so he understands it. So when he's talking about it from a little bit of a perspective of having at least read the bill, right? which seems like that's what Congress people should be doing, senators should be doing. But when Senator Al Franken does it, you realize, no, this guy actually read the bill. And it becomes apparent in the people he's conversing with who haven't read the bill that you have somebody who's actually understood what's in there. And that's who I would. That's the one person currently elected who I know I could vote for without regret.
I mean, I've gone online and looked at some of these bills, like 30 pages long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a hard thing to do, to read through a lot of these bills.
So Al Franken's wife, Annie,
mm-hmm.
is a very patient woman. And while Al is the senator, it's really Annie who reads through the entire bill. And I sort of picture like Al is it's bedtime at the Franken house. Al is tucked in his pajamas with the feet and his little pointy hat turned to the side, head on the pillow, with Annie reading to him the full extent of the bill before he goes to sleep. So the rest of the night, he's got the bill in his head, and he's dreaming through all of the potential conflicts with other laws and other things that are possible. So then he wakes up with partly having actually heard it and part this dream osmosis of having taken it in and really had a time to analyze it through the dream sleep.
Yeah, it would be interesting if you could have that Wayback Machine and go back to the actual founding fathers and then see what they think. Now, obviously, they're a product of their culture. So their views on women's rights and things would be, there we go. Go back on the TARDIS. But the perception I get is they were all very well-read people. Intellectuals, if you will, for the most part. Probably would have been much more interesting as public speakers than most of the politicians we have nowadays.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. I mean, there was various levels there, but certainly Jefferson, like the amazing thing with him, rewriting the Bible.
Yeah.
Right?
Jefferson's fascinating because he was a racist, for as far as I could tell. He certainly had racist views. He treated his slaves as if they were property. He wrote a book. I mean, he wrote this little pamphlet book thing, how you're supposed to treat your slaves, selling them, etc. I mean, he's from Virginia.
So
I just going blank. But brilliant as far as the Constitution went in terms of what I support.
Yeah, and I mean, the first reaction of the founding fathers would be like, "Whoa, really? Negro president?" Okay, didn't see that coming.
The guys in Boston would say, "Hey, good work." I mean, who's the president who supported, who was the trial lawyer for the black guy who killed a British officer, Atticus Rex, not Atticus Rex, I can't think of the guy's name. There were two brothers, both were president, and one of them was the lawyer.
I don't know the story.
It was... No, never mind. My history mind is going blank, so I'm not going to attempt to even talk about it. And his brother was the one who defended the slaves who had come off a ship of a British ship in New Haven, and his brother was the lawyer for that particular trial. They both are presidents. Adams.
Okay, so I mean, to an extent, the founding fathers. You have to. I mean, the split from British Empire. I mean, we were a rebel nation, rogue nation. You know, you got to respect that. You got to respect that they built democracy with 3 branches of decision making, so as to make it exceedingly difficult to make any. They created bureaucracy. I mean, Americans, our greatest invention, people think, is democracy. It's not the greatest invention we made. The greatest invention we ever made was bureaucracy. Because that makes, yeah.
I'd say balance of powers between the 3 branches of government and term limits.
The bureaucracy that creates makes it so that you can't make swift, wild changes in the direction of the nation. Mm-hmm. And that's actually the more brilliant part of it, because they said that even democracy, even mass agreement on something can't trump Constitution. Mm-hmm. And the reason for it, and the reason for the 3 branches and the multi-headed hydra of democracy was that no one person can get elected president and say, from now on, no voting. We're going to dissolve the Senate. We're going to rewrite the state. Nobody has this decision. And there's this power within the system, which allows it to keep going, keep moving forward. You know, it's always, this is this, I don't know when did we talk about this on this show before, about how one of the great powers of this sort of decentralized power structure was that we could agree to buy territories. Like, we could make the Louisiana Purchase. We could buy territory from Mexico. We could buy Alaska from the Russians. But there's nobody that the Tsar of Russia, the King of France, or the ruler of Mexico could call up in the United States and say, I'm going to give you this much money for this vast swath of territory. There's nobody they could talk to. There's nobody on this end who could sell, right? The only thing we could agree to do is buy. We'll buy this, we'll buy that, because we've got somebody we can send a check to, and they're going to give us Louisiana territories, right? We've got one guy who can negotiate to buy stuff, but we don't have anybody you can get on the phone. Well, I mean, granted, they didn't have phones back then.
You know, treaties have to be passed by Congress.
Yeah, you didn't have any one individual.
The State Department negotiates the treaties, but they have to be passed by Congress.
Right. And on the other end of these negotiations, like Louisiana Purchase and Alaska and swaths of, you know, the southern states, we bought from. I think we initially bought parts of Texas from Mexico before we fought over it. The negotiation on our side was we could agree as a group to buy stuff, and we could talk to one person on the other side who would be getting the check. He'd be like, that sounds like a nice big check. Yeah, send it to me. Whereas on this side, there was no one person you could buy or pay off or, you know, give money to. Just like when we bought Louisiana territories, it went to a king of France. It went to a guy who could use the money that we gave to rebuild his gardens, right? Like, that could support his kingdom for another, well, few years at least. Like when we did these things, when we were buying territories from the Tsar of Russia, right? We gave money to one individual that reinforced his individual power massively in his country. But there was nobody on the other end that they could say, like, well, we'd like to buy Florida from you. Like, who are you buying Florida from? Florida isn't owned by any one person. You have to go through Congress, and you got to pay everybody. And to no one individual does it make sense to give up that territory, right? For their cut, as it were. So this is one of the benefits that the Founding Fathers, in their brilliance, created bureaucracy, created a machinery that's so convolutedly slow-moving and laboriously wasteful of resource that nothing drastically can alter the future course of this nation.
You know, that I'm thinking of Iraq. That whole business didn't work in Iraq because you certainly had almost an unlimited amount of money passed to support the Iraqi war. We spent umpteen $billion, most of which seems to have gone into the pockets of various Iraqi politicians. They were supposed to buy guns, which has gone mostly to the guns are now in the hand, not mostly, but a lot of those guns are now in the hands of ISIS.
Okay. So the military-industrial complex won big on that one. And we had executive power overreaches, and we had lying to the American people and not bad, but manufactured intelligence. Not even manufactured intelligence. The intelligence was good and said there is no Al-Qaeda in Iraq. There was on and on and on. Yeah, and this is why that little one of those things that you mentioned Al Franken voted on.
Mm-hmm.
In honoring the international, what is it? The international criminal
Geneva Convention.
Yeah, the Geneva Convention. It's because really crimes were committed by people in the United States who allowed this stuff. Our Congress and everything failed us. Our bureaucracy failed, and we need to make a stronger bureaucracy because it failed in this instance. You know.
In terms of the financial aspect of it, it can fail because it also failed during the Clinton administration. I believe it was with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac borrowing money, lending almost any American who asked for it money so they could pay property, mortgages, giving out mortgages. And
No,
that was
that
supported
happened.
by
That
both the
wasn't.
president
That
and
wasn't
passed by
under
Congress, wasn't it?
No. So there was a guy who became the ambassador to Belgium. I can't remember the guy's name currently, but he was a Southern California, not what it was, Long Beach savings and loan guy, who on the website for his ambassadorship that Bush appointed him to said was the initial inventor and creator of the subprime loan. He was now sharing this with the good people of Belgium, and this stayed up. So the Bush's appointee to the ambassadorship of Belgium created the savings and loan, not the savings loan, but the subprime loan that started the giant housing boom. And this was when they got rid of Glass-Steagall, which is under Bush. This is when banks could be investment brokers, which they weren't allowed to be previously. If you had savings, if the bank had savings, it was completely separate from everything else. And allowed this acceleration of bad loan packaging to Wall Street. This is what brought about the bubble and the collapse. And he's a Belgian. He was the ambassador of Belgium, but he wasn't Belgian himself. He was like something Slavic. He might have been a Yugoslavian. I can't remember what he was initially, but he came to this country as a youth. He's American. So are you finding it, or is it?
No. Well, I'm finding 2008, the federal takeover of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac refers to conservatorship of government-sponsored enterprises, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So that's the starting point in September of 2008. One of the events that caused the problem. And this was at the press conference. The United States Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson placing these two into conservatorship was a decision he fully supported. Now, that's Henry Paulson.
Yeah.
And the Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke also strongly endorsed it. But I don't. I'd have to do more research to be able to Say
So to
what?
find this cat, whatever his name is, I think it starts with an H. But the ambassador.
Okay, here we
Just
go.
put in
Fannie
Google
Mae.
ambassadors to Belgium. We'll find him that way. Here we go.
Founded in 1938 during the Great Depression. This is Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae was founded during the Great Depression, government-sponsored enterprise that has since been a publicly traded company since 1968. So it was originally funded during the Great Depression. Corporation's purpose was to extend secondary mortgage market by securitizing mortgages. So it was a Great Depression deal. But then it became private and was traded privately since 1968. Don't know what happened in 1968, 1990s. That was Bush in 1992 amended the charter, have an affirmative obligation to facilitate the financing of affordable blah, blah, blah. For the first time, these agencies are required to meet affordable housing goals. So it was Bush, but then in 1999 it came under pressure from the Clinton administration to extend mortgage loans to low and moderate income borrowing. That happened. So what I'm talking about, which is extending the loans to low and moderate income borrowers, that happened during the Clinton administration. So I blame Clinton primarily.
Ow. I mean, Clinton was an idiot, and he's a, central righty anyway. And a despicable human being by every account. But hang on a second. I'm going to find this guy. I'm going to find him.
What happens, I stay a lot of stuff in this Hangout, and then tomorrow I wake up and say, I didn't really say that, did I? Oh, man, I had a great comeback. One thing, a central question, and I don't know if Pamela, she looks like she's busy with Chelsea there, is the parliamentary system versus the American system. Republic, and my perception is that a parliamentary system where law is based on precedent can be more flexible, but it's also tends to be harder to get all the various parties involved, to avoid a coalition government. Coalition governments don't work, and parliamentary systems too often lead to coalition governments. But I like the idea of basing law on precedent as opposed to, let's say, the Constitution.
Now, we have a constitution that underlies our laws as well. We have a federal constitution, and then each state and territory have their own constitution.
Okay, does the federal constitution trump the state constitutions?
Yes, trumps everything.
Okay.
So, for example, the Australian Capital Territory brought in marriage equality a couple of years ago, but the Federal Marriage Act of 1966 or whatever still says it has to be between a man and a woman. So everyone who got married in the ACT under the ACT law, their marriages were null and void.
So for practice, it's really very similar from a practical standpoint.
Yeah.
Okay. Thinking about one of the interesting things to me, what involved the Californian, Earl Warren and civil rights legislation, and I don't remember exactly when that was, but the Supreme Court, him and Hugo Black, they They said the Southern practice of separate but equal education was unconstitutional. And then Congress said they would move ahead with all deliberate speed. And then Earl Warren got pissed off basically and said, that's not fast enough. And it was Earl Warren, I think, who first, I don't know exactly what he did, but he first initiated action to force, possibly it was Arkansas, to comply and allow African Americans into schools. And then Eisenhower said, okay, and then he sent the troops in. But I think a lot of that all came from Earl Warren, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, I have to make a quick retraction.
Okay.
So I mistakenly said the guy whose name I couldn't remember
Okay.
was the ambassador to Belgium. Common mistake, because we think they're the same place here in the United States. He was the United States ambassador to the Netherlands, which is almost without a difference without distinction.
Okay, they're close to each other.
Roland E. Arnall. He was also the creator of AmeriQuest, which did super good for itself under the subprime market. Never held a penny of debt itself. Sold it all mostly to Citywide and other companies who would then package it to the market. Multi-billionaire. He's apparently dead now.
Okay, he did pretty good.
But yeah. Wow.
Well, the idea goes back to the New Deal. Goes back to the Depression. And I guess then it was updated to this collection of mortgagors and creating a secondary market where people can, where I guess it went private, where investors could buy a package of mortgages on the secondary market. And then our friend Clinton came along and said that changed the rules of who should qualify to make it low income, and that was the death knell.
So before he became ambassador, he had raised $12 million for George W. Bush's political efforts.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then he became an ambassador. I wonder if those two things are related in some way. Do you think that's possible, that those are related?
No, it could be. Could be. Gee, I wonder when Hillary Clinton was ambassador to something or other. The fact that her husband supported Barack Obama, do you think maybe that had something to do with her being named to ambassador to Israel, maybe, or wherever? Maybe it was Israel. I don't remember. That's all. That's for the most part political patronage.
Yeah, I can't handle if, oh God. Okay, the worst scenario for our country. The worst scenario, Ed. I'm speaking to you directly, Ed, because the other two are foreigners.
We got Chelsea. She seems to be very interested.
She's a foreigner too. The worst possible thing, and this is why I didn't want Clinton to win in the primary against Obama, because we would have run into the possibility that it would have been Bush, Clinton, Bush, Clinton, maybe Clinton again, right? Like, this is when you've lost democracy, when you have one or two names that are continually. And we're going to have both a Clinton and a Bush running for the presidency this time.
Oh, yeah, at some point. If not,
that should just be an automatic. I'm sorry, your family has used up its ability to run for this office. You need to go away now. Jeb Bush and Hillary should just kind of like antimatter, particle collide and just implode each other. Just both of them should just agree to go away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just cancel each other out and both just walk the hell away.
Well, raising... Pamela, you're going to say something?
Oh, well, just caught, live on camera was a milestone in Chelsea's life. She's been trying to climb over this for weeks, and she just did it, and I just caught her. So there you go. Sorry.
Oh, speaking of which, though, what's Hillary's daughter's name?
Spelled differently. Shut up.
Oh, it's Chelsea, yeah.
So
Yeah,
you named your daughter after the Clinton child. Well, that's cool. That's
No!
I know better.
Yeah, my Chelsea was named after
Different
Chelsea
Chelsea.
Manning. Thank you very much. Oh no, Camille, no, and now she's upset. Anyway, she climbed over this, so she did it. Yay!
Hey, ever seen pictures? She was a pretty hot lady in college. I've seen pictures of her. Hillary.
Ed, I don't go to your frat boy websites, so I don't know what pictures you speak of, but
Oh, they're probably going to get circulated by the Republicans. She was. Actually, it was nothing that bad, unfortunately.
so far every candidate who has announced,
Well,
I'm not for.
you used to, for much of American history, presidents were elected in the back room. It was the power people that were behind the shadows.
Mhm.
I remember who was the guy after Roosevelt, after the Depression? What the heck was his name? I kind of liked the guy, but I can't forget his name. But he had a power broker behind him, and that's how he got in. So it was up until, I don't know at what point, it was people in the back room electing a president.
Mm-hmm.
And that did change at some point. Maybe the 60s, 70s, maybe, I don't know, but at some point it changed.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it changed with media. Because like it was one of those things like McCarthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
McCarthy had further political aspirations as well.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as McCarthy was visible to the American people on camera, as an obese, pale, sweaty, balding guy who had erratic eye movements and looked like a crazy fucking person, like it was game over. Nixon was winning over Kennedy until they got on camera.
Something I am worried about, and when you talk about MacArthur, is our newspaper, our reporters, etc. Edward R. Murrow, that was a guy who spoke up. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He spoke up, and they didn't like what he had to say, but he took down McCarthy, and that kind of integrity. I mean, it's been watered down to the point that certainly national media, I don't know. I don't really think the national media. I wouldn't trust the national media necessarily to tell me everything we need to know about our politicians, or to be hard enough in questioning politicians. Could be exaggerating.
Well, I don't think you're exaggerating, but I think it's something different. I mean, I think it's in comparisons. We've gotten to a point where, this politician only has 3 or 4 outrageous scandals. Their base aren't going to leave him. They're still going to have the support they had. We've almost gotten desensitized because we've gotten to the point where people will say ridiculous, stupid things, get called on it, have financial campaign problems. I mean, Trent Lott, right, has got to be looking at this and going, man, like I had this one little finance scandal thing where I had this fake charity where my wife was running it, my daughter was getting paid by it. This is what brought me down. Now you got super PACs, and you can just give multi-millions of dollars away from your donors, and they don't have to filter through all this bullshit. Well, the reason I got kicked out is because they hadn't invented the loophole yet. That's all. Right? Like, what goes for norm, or like what's legal and normal now, was scandal once upon a time. So,
there was a leading presidential candidate, and he got caught. There's a picture of him with a hot babe on his lap. He was married.
Hart. He was on a boat.
That was it. He was over.
Yeah. And he's probably one of the best presidents we never got to even see run.
In France, they'd be saying, "Hey, right on, brother." He'd get elected easily with that kind of a picture.
He had good hair. He had good hair. His one failing was that he ran for president and still attempted to see his mistress in broad daylight. And daylight was supposed to be a pun because he was on a boat when he was filming. Yeah, whatever. So, but no, there is good reporting out there. There is good drill down on this stuff from all sorts of sources. The problem is, it's just overload at this point. I mean, it's such.
You're right. There are plenty of sites where, I mean, the site I was just on, you can go back to individual quotes if you want to, but how many people do that? I don't know. Maybe again in the future, more and more people, maybe the younger generation. I mean, they're used to Googling information on their own. They don't have to have anybody telling them about issues and stuff. They can find out information on their own.
Yeah.
So maybe it will be better in the future. We'll become more democratic in the future. Maybe the PACs with all their money will become less powerful.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I do think that, okay, so there's one aspect of, there's a little bit of faith. There's a little bit of a gamble here, but when I say faith, I don't mean the religious form. I mean a little bit of trust in the goodness of human beings, regardless of supernatural influence. One of the things that's been voiced as a negative of the information age is the ability to fine-tune the information that you get, right? So you can go on the web and you can bookmark and only visit your left-wing, right-wing, center-right websites that give you the information that fits the ideology you thought you were leaning towards, and it only feeds back, and it makes everything else look ridiculously extreme. And how this could be dangerous and is more polarizing of public opinion, because we don't all go and watch the same news story together and then talk about it and form opinions about it. We all watch radically different versions of the same story.
You know,
part of why this doesn't worry me
more independent, because now something like a third of the electorate are independents. They're not Republicans or Democrats. And again, my hope is that the younger generation are going to be going less towards a particular party. I don't know if it's ideology or party. They're going to look at individual issues, and they're going to think in terms of individual issues, and those issues that are important to them, they are going to take the time to investigate.
Right. So what I'm kind of saying, though, is that if you believe that there is a generalizable ethic in humanity, you'll ultimately find that this information sharing age that we're in is going to reach people in communities that would have otherwise never gotten a progressive voice whispered in their ear. And I don't know. I think it's going to ultimately be a good thing. I think ultimately, because I'm betting on the optimistic aspect of our nature, that ultimately the information sharing thing works in the benefit of those who don't believe that black helicopters are going to come to take our guns and our religion.
I hard for me to judge. Is the public today better informed than it was in the past? And I think you could, if you did the research, you could make an argument that it is. Because in the past, you had many more people who went in and they just flipped the Democratic button or the Republican button, and that was pretty much it. Or they had, like you said, they had their little conservative newspaper, and they had the Republican newspaper, the Democratic newspaper, and that's what they read. I think people are more independent now and are more likely to say, okay, that sounds nice. What's it really mean to me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree, and I kind of disagree. Like, one of the things I noticed, like, whenever they do these giant polls and they say, you know, of the news organizations, who's the most informed, Fox News is always got the worst informed audience. And I can't tell if it's because the information that their viewers are getting is bad.
Their demographic is like 65.
Well,
it's mostly old folks.
Well, but is it because is their demographic out of touch because of the news that's on Fox, or is their demographic out of touch and therefore seeking their news through Fox? Like, it's hard to tell where that begins and ends.
It is. You're right.
And one of the things that always bugs me is, like, even the, you know, a lot of people say, well, yeah, but Fox News has the best ratings out of any news show. And I mean, I don't know where it is everywhere, but where I'm at, because they had to give me basic cable for free, because I've been refusing to even have it. And so they just said, well, we're going to add basic cable for free, just so you can, like, we can maybe hook you into getting more channels later. I'm like, okay, whatever. The only news station I have is Fox. It's free.
Oh, jeez.
It's the free basic cable.
Oh, poor you.
So if you make that the free, like, I can't watch MSNBC on my television because I have to buy a package to get that, right? So if it's the basic cable show, and that's the news, 24-hour news network, is on the free basic cable, of course they've got more viewers.
Yeah.
They've got the viewers who don't refuse to pay for bullshit, and then have it forced upon them.
Yeah, that's what happened in the last presidential election, when didn't the candidate, what's his name, going against Obama? I can't remember his name, but I think he really figured he had it cold.
Ryan.
And the Fox News, one of his big supporters was on the Fox election coverage, and refused to believe that Obama was winning, into the point where they had to walk into the room where they were keeping the statistics because the guy refused to believe his candidate was losing.
So that was Karl Rove, and he wasn't really even his candidate because he didn't really run him. But Karl Rove was fighting to the end to say that, yeah, Karl was, well, we got to look at these statistics for it. Last time I managed to pull this shit off, so I'm going to try again and say there's subjective information. Somebody pull the switch that just fucks with the numbers, and we can call it the other way. No.
And is this, I don't know, is Twitter becoming the main news source for the under 30 generation?
So
if you want to find out what's happening, you go to Twitter.
I don't know if it's a generational thing, but the amazing thing about the Twitter was, is, like, during the Arab Spring, we could get updates from people who were there, with pictures, with things that they were seeing, that we would have, in a traditional press sense, seen packaged and then profiled and put into some third-party perspective later that evening, maybe a day later, maybe 2 days later, after the fact. But we're getting it raw. It's like the raw news footage kind of a feed. It's like a raw news feed. And it's been utilized. It was utilized in the Arab Spring to tell people where to go. Like, this is where we're going to go protest. This is where our protesters are getting attacked. Like, we need, medical support, or we need rides out of the thing, or we need help, like, or we need more supporters. Like, as a tool, to tool for rebellion and protest, and unfettered access to the world media.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible tool, and really nothing like it has ever existed before, and it's an amazing, amazing tool.
Thinking about Pamela Chelsey Manning, her story would never have come out in the 1950s. It would have been, okay, this commie, this traitor, we're gonna hang him, and that would have been it. And the public would have said, yeah, go kill the bastard, you know. But his story would never have come out, or her story, excuse me, would never have come out if it wasn't for Twitter.
Well, yeah, and what's amazing is thanks to WikiLeaks, you know.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear that Chelsea Manning should get the reward for having caught Bin Laden.
Okay, you've talked about that before.
Yeah, I mean, this was...
Twitter...
Pamela's popped in.
No, I've been listening, but Chelsea and I have been dancing. She demanded to have rap music on. So we've been rapping. But I was listening to that. Anyway, Justin, you and I started talking to each other because of Twitter. I met Tangerine Boland, the executive director of Revolution Truth, over Twitter. I signed up for Twitter because of WikiLeaks. And they said follow us on Twitter because that's where we're going to be telling everything. So I did. So, yeah, Twitter's actually been life-changing for me.
Was it Twitter that we started talking? I thought it was because you sent me a picture of you naked.
You wish, boy. No. It was Twitter.
Wait, that wasn't you? Okay, I gotta go back through my email archive and figure out who sent me the naked pic, because maybe I talked to the wrong girl. I mean, all Pamelas look alike to me. But
no, it wasn't me.
But we did start with the WikiLeaks thing, and the whole you know, Bradley at that point, now Chelsea Manning, as the capture or the information that led to the capture or death of Bin Laden. That concept came from because, okay, you have leads from everywhere in the world. I mean, Bin Laden was seen from everywhere, from Pakistan, where he was actually found, to northern Afghanistan, to eastern Russia, to Austin, Texas. People were putting in tips that they'd seen Bin Laden. And Manning releases this information these days, and there's a group with, they have to have, these are security analysts or whatever, they have to have enough clearance and insight to preview the information that's been released, to go through those papers, which is the short stack, and see if anything damaging has been released. And within the Gitmo papers that were released, there was a pretty clear profile on one of the, and we talked about this on the show, one of the Gitmo detainees was identified as a courier. He was a courier who was moving money between the Bin Laden family. And at some specific date, his family was asked to move from their city in wherever the heck it was to Abbottabad, Pakistan. Now, why would the guy who's just gotten the new job as being the Bin Laden financial courier be moved to this obscure town of Abbottabad? Asked to move his entire family to Abbottabad, Pakistan. Well, so this information gets released, and somebody's got to go over the papers. Somebody's got to go through the papers, look for names, look for dates, look for anything that could be, that's being released. Is it possibly a security leak? Because now we got to admit, what the? Do you know about this courier Abbottabad thing? Yeah, one of the guys who got down in the Gitmo. Hey, he's a courier for the Bin Ladens. He just moved his whole family to Abbottabad, Pakistan. Is that interesting? Let's go take a look. Do we got anything in Abbottabad? Let's go take a look. Let's go see what's there. Because the guy who moves the Bin Laden money around just moved to Abbottabad, Pakistan. Right? 3 months later, Bin Laden's dead and being dropped off the corpse sled into the ocean. To me, this is clear. To me, without the Bradley Chelsey singing duo of Mannings, there is no Bin Laden capture. I have a feeling that this forced focus on specific documents that were being leaked created the connection. Because without that, the stack of paper on the analysts who really are in the know of this thick wasn't this thick. The Bin Laden tips, the possibilities, the potentialities, was stacks upon stacks of documents that the intern had to hire somebody to read, to the point where nobody had security clearance and it was all gobbledygook and they had no idea what they were reading. But the guys who had to look at the Manning papers had to have some insight and some lateral information. And when they saw the financial carrier of the Bin Laden family moved his entire family to Abbottabad right after getting the job, must have triggered the flags that led to the eventual capture. Now, if there ever is a history told of this, I could be completely wrong, but I haven't heard anything to the contrary yet.
Yeah, well, you talked about the information age, which can be overwhelming, and that's the case with Twitter. I would guess Twitter could be the greatest device for activism ever. Mm-hmm. It's far more easier now for activists to get their message out. Mm-hmm. The problem might be there's just so much, I'll say noise, but so much information out there. But then you have groups.
Hashtag.
Hashtags and stuff.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe we may be entering a new age of democracy, world democracy. Mm. About to say something, Pamela, maybe, or she's rocking Chelsea. She's rocking Chelsea.
Mike's off.
Hashtag Pamela. Hashtag Pamela, yeah. No, she's currently pulling things apart.
So I don't like the world democracy thing, though, Ed.
Oh, I'm completely for it.
Oh, I'm completely against it.
Why?
Why?
Yes,
who?
You're the patriotic American, and I'm the unpatriotic American.
That's fine.
We've established that.
Right. Well, I'm the monkey wrench American. Like, I'll go blow up a dam if I don't like it. But I also don't believe in the world. I don't believe the rest of the world's version of democracy rises to the level of an anarchist in America yet. Like, I really just don't. I don't think they've gotten to the point where they understand democracy to the level where they've. I mean, and this is exceedingly arrogant American speak. But I don't think they've had it or fought for it hard enough. Anywhere that there's a democracy, that they really understand it's. And this is going to sound so contrarian to what I actually believe is happening in American politics. But I don't believe that any other country that has democracy actually believes democracy is anything other than the vehicle through which the dictator takes control. And to an extent, I feel like that's been happening in America to some extent here and there. But I don't see another country, with the exception of France. France is the only country that I think out democracies America. When their unions go on strike, they fucking shut down roads and set hay bales on fire and don't let anything happen until their needs are met. Love.
Did you say France?
France.
Yeah. That's where the World Forum on Democracy is being held, 18th to the 20th of November this year.
Yeah, it can only be held there. France is the only true democratic country in the world. Beyond that, we have America as probably...
So if you're in Strasbourg, viewers out there, if you're in Strasbourg between the 18th and 20th of November this year, come and say hi.
The French were a little late to the game. I mean, they donated money for the American Revolution that took place. They were with us from the beginning. They donated the Statue of Liberty. France is a true democracy. I love the French.
I think the world is becoming. I think individuals almost everywhere are gaining greater control over their lives worldwide than at any time in the history of humankind.
Wow.
Okay, brilliant statement. Look at China. Now, China is run by a collective, a group of people, power structure. But,
Hive, if you will.
but they have to make their way up through the ranks. There's no Mao Zedong. His wife. There's no. What was the term? There's no family hierarchy involved. It's individuals working their way up the ladder through from the different provinces, etc. Although there is supposedly the Tongs have some kind of great influence. In any event, China. I had an article. I was going to post it. Going to talk about it today. But China has the Chinese Environmental Organization has come out against a dam that was being built, but the Chinese government, a Chinese environmental agency, came out and said that dam can't be built because it will harm the environment. That would never have happened. The Chinese people themselves know more about what's happening with their government than at any time in their history, because many of them have internet access. Not true all over China, of course, but China's evolving, and it's evolving from less centralized control and more decentralized control. Politicians aren't giving up. You know, you can't go, if you go in a tenement square, you're going to get shot with a placard. They'll probably shoot you. So they're not going to allow any political uprisings at this point, but they are definitely evolving. And go ahead, your turn.
Tank Man, wherever you are.
Yes, Tank Man. Yes.
You're my hero. Good night, Ed. Good night, Pamela.
Okay.
I got to go.
Okay, I'll see you. Bye. Bye, everybody. Got to stop the broadcast.